started with our show today. First of all, we would like to thank everyone for coming and welcome to the 2023 Brown graduate of Purdue University Animal Science and was a member of the 2014 National Champion Collegiate Livestock Judging Team. Josh currently resides in Boswell, Indiana, and works as a seed advisor for Beckus Hybrids, managing West Central Indiana. Josh and his wife, Marissa, sell show cattle to exhibitors across the country and enjoy staying involved with youth through the show cattle industry. Let's give our judge a nice welcome. In the ring right now, we have Class 1, Charlet Spring Calf, Tavon Taylor. In the makeup area, we need Charlet Junior Calf, Tavon Taylor. Low percent Kiania Junior Calf, Chase McAllister. And Hereford Junior Calf, Lacey Hauser.
Well, thank you guys all for coming out on a rainy day here. Look forward to working through with your young people and sorting some livestock and seeing some good stock today, but more importantly, working with your young people. We're going to get started here in our Charlet division. Young man's got a single entry he brings out that has some quality and could withstood a little more competition in my mind. A female that's very perpendicular or symmetrical in her lines. You like how straight and even she is over her top line. Pretty uniform in her depth of body. Ties a high extended type of front end out of her shoulder blade. We're going to get critical on this one. I'd like to drop her down with a little more sweep and dimension to her center rib and body, and then just make her a little more mobile off both ends of her skeleton. Lay her back there in terms of her knee set. See her step out with more authority and flex and reach off those hind two. But a female that when the young man gets her parked certainly has a silhouette of quality and design we can certainly appreciate. Let's go ahead and congratulate him as he exits the ring.
Entering the ring is Charlet Junior Calf, Tavon Taylor. Results from the Charlet Spring Calf went to Tavon Taylor, producer Kidwell Charlet.
Again, another single entry out here in our Charlet show, and really a female that's cut out of a pretty similar mold. The heifer that came out of our first class, one that's elevated and attractive through her front 1/3. You like the dimension and substance and power in this female as you get right in behind her. Analyze her from hooks to pins. She wedges the correct direction, gives you some nice natural width and substance as you get right in behind her. A big, stout bone and footed type of a female. We'd like to shore her up and make her a little more comfortable at the surface as we analyze her in terms of her pasture and placement and her softness at the surface, but a female that I can certainly get behind in terms of her ultimate kind of power, substance, and dimension as you get right in behind her. Let's go ahead and congratulate this young lady as she exits the ring.
Entering the ring for champion Charlet from the Charlet Spring Calf class, Tavon Taylor, and the Charlet Junior Calf class, Tavon Taylor. In the makeup area, we need low percent key Junior Calf, Chase McAllister. Hereford Junior Calf, Lacey Hauser. Main Anjou Spring Yearling, Kinley Klein. And Main Anjou Spring Calf, Kinley Klein.
Well, two very nice class winners as we get them right back out here. If you would, for those ringside, please put your hands together for our young people and our class winners out here. As we get started into the breeding show, or the breeding female show here in our show today, I'm going to put my priorities in longevity, structural integrity, and then this is a show ring after all. They need to look like ladies. They need to have an attractive and symmetrical type of a look. And then when we're done, when we take the show halters off these animals, we're going to kick them back to pasture. And they need to be animals that can utilize forage with efficiency, maintain body condition with the calf at the side as we put them into production. And with that, I want to see some females that obviously have some width and curvature and shape to the rib, which would allow them to certainly be more efficient when utilizing forage as a base feed. Analyzing or getting back to the picture here in terms of our division that we're selecting here for our Charlet show. Young man's heifer out of the first class. We like her silhouette of design. You like how she is over her top line, her uniformity of body. She's long and slender there through the throat latch and her chest floor. I like that about her. She's got a nice amount of foot and bone to her like the heifer does behind her. Where I kind of fall out of suit with this heifer is when we ask her to lead. That's a female that wants to ridge up in her spine, and it's because she's a little more restricted or vertical there in her shoulder blade and her knee set. But when the young man gets her parked, she gives you a look of quality. Undoubtedly, you like a lot of things about her. The heifer out of the second class, we talked about a female that really, when you step into the three-quarter angle, is a female that has a tremendous amount of boldness and shape to her center body. She's really wide as you get right in behind her and has a lot of muscle, and yet with that natural muscle pattern, she still suits me to be a female that has some look and design and feminine characteristic through the front 1/3 of her body. As we talked in class, I would like to see her set down with a little more comfort and efficiency off those hind two, specifically speaking of her pasturing set, and just to see her be a little bit more collected there as well. But a female that I think actually utilizes her shoulder blade with a touch more efficiency and range of motion than the heifer that came ahead of her. So two very nice entries. Depends upon where you put your preference. For me, I'll side with structure today. I think there's just a little bit more advantage in the heifer out of the second class. She'll be your champion. Young man up front will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Charlet goes to Tavon Taylor, producer Kidwell Charlet. Reserve champion Charlet goes to Tavon Taylor, producer Kidwell Charlet. Entering the ring now for low percent Kiania Junior Calf, Chase McAllister.
A really nice type of single entry key composite or low percentage key female that the young man brings us. A heifer that could have withstood a lot more competition in my mind in this particular division. When the young man gets her parked, you can see the silhouette of quality and design that this female possesses. She's picked up in terms of her chest floor. She's got enough natural look and design up front, but from her shoulders back is where she gets significantly better. That is a female that's opened up, capacious about her center body and her dimension, and maintains that back to her pin set and her stifle. A heifer that's really sound in terms of her feet and legs in my mind. It sets down on a square type of a toe, gets out and goes with some efficiency and some flex and reach. If we're going to get nitpicky of this female, I'd like to smooth her up about the crest of her neck and then see her plummet with just a notch more attractive look as we analyze her from the lower portion of her hip into her hind leg in terms of being just a notch more of a cap hock type of a female. I'd like to see her set there just a notch more attractive, but that has nothing to do with just the natural function to her structure. I think she's very sound in that regard. Really nice type of female. Let's go ahead and congratulate this young man as he exits the ring.
Champion Loper St. Kendia goes to Chase McAllister, producer McAllister Farm. Entering the ring is Hereford Junior Calf, Lacey Hauser. In the makeup area, we need Main Anjou Spring Yearly, Kinley Klein, Main Anjou Spring Calf, Kinley Klein, Maintainer Spring Yearly, Kinley Klein.
Again, another single entry here in our Hereford show, and again, a female that could have withstood a little more competition in my mind. For a Hereford female, a heifer that's got a lot of look and extension up front, one that has a tremendous amount of length of spine. Analyze her from hooks to pins. I think that's a female that's level in her design. She's pretty sound in terms of her structural design as we ask her to get out and lead. If we get nitpicky of this one, I'd like to maybe drop her down with a little more sweep to her flank line and then smoothen her up in terms of the base of her shoulder and the top side or the apex of her shoulder, the way it blends into her spine, and then from her neck forward. But that's still a high quality type of a female. I think could have withstood a lot more competition out here. She's good on her feet and legs, has some capacity, has some look and design. That one checks a lot of boxes for me. Still a nice type of a female. Let's go ahead and congratulate this young lady as she exits the ring.
Champion Hereford goes to Lacey Hauser, producer Hauser Family Show Cattle. Entering the ring is Main Anjou Spring Yearly, Kinley Klein. In the makeup area, we need Maintainer Spring Calf, Lacey Hauser, Garrett Moran, Ashley Rogers, and Cody Sawyers.
Really a high-quality Main Anjou female here to get started in this particular division. Young lady brings us a heifer that's moderate in her make, really good in terms of her build and skeleton. That's where I'm instantly attracted to this heifer. One that's laid back in her shoulder design, relaxed at her knee set, really good at the surface as we analyze her in terms of her pastern set, her foot quality, her joint composition, like those things about her. Yet with that added look and design, she's still got some capacity about her center, some width as you get right in behind her. her. Very square and genuine stepping as we analyze her from behind, or if she comes at you at the front quarter angle. Really nice type of female. Let's congratulate this young lady.
Entering the ring is Main Anjou Spring Calf Kinley Klein.
Well, this division is certainly shaping up to be fun. Young lady has brought us another female that exhibits a tremendous amount of quality, in my opinion. Again, another heifer that's really good in terms of her structural skeleton, specifically starting at the surface. Her foot quality, her pastern design, her joint quality is extremely good. Along with that, when the young lady gets her part, she possesses a silhouette of just quality and design. She's level from hooks to pins. She's really capacious and deep sweeping through her center rib and body. Yet with that, she complements her look with an attractive type of a front 1/3, a female that sets a high tying neck on top of the apex of her shoulder, and she still has a quality of feminine look and design. She's not the most choke neck, but she's certainly more than good enough in terms of her length and extension and front end quality. A really nice type of female. Let's go ahead and congratulate this young lady as she exits the ring.
Entering the ring for champion Main Anjou, Spring Yearling Heifer Kinley Klein, and Spring Calf Kinley Klein. We need Kinley Klein Spring Yearling Maintainer in the makeup area.
Well, certainly not a huge amount of numbers, but an excellent amount of quality here in our Main Anjou division. If you would, let's go ahead and give these young people a nice round of applause. You know, we're forced here in this particular division to select kind of two cattle that have a tremendous amount of quality, just have some difference in age and maturity undoubtedly. I'll show you how I see them and talk the differences just briefly. Young lady's heifer out of the first class, you know, a yearling female that I'm assuming is bred and getting a little further along in calf as she continues probably to the length of her gestation. But for being a mature type of a female like this, she's certainly fresh. We analyze her chest floor, her neckline, her composition composition, her condition, I find ideal for this particular time and stage in the game. Yet with that, she's a female that's tremendously good in terms of her feet and legs, really gets out and travels well. She's not just the most overpowering in size and scale. She's a moderate stature type of a female, but she's square, she's genuine, she's bold in her center body cavity, and maintains her width all the way back to her pin set and down into her stifle, like a lot of things about her. Again, maybe not quite the elevation or extension up front as maybe in terms of a retrospective look at the whole industry, but a high quality female that offers a tremendous amount of capabilities of brood cow for the young lady. Young lady's heifer here that came out of our second class, one that's fresh, one that's young, and offers a tremendous amount of look and design here for this time and this stage, offers a tremendous amount of growth and performance for her age. A female that when parked on the standstill really holds a presence of design. You like the way her tail head is laid into her hip, the depth and sweep to her rib. You like those things about her. Nice type of boned heifer that sets down squarely and genuine on a good foot and bone. Where I'd like to nitpick you on this one, when we ask the cattle to lead, from time to time she gets a little more restricted in her spine, a little shorter out of her hip, and a little shorter stepping out of her hip. And it's not a thing that I'm calling unsound whatsoever, but from this stage of the game, awfully early on, we can get a little more critical of a calf, but still a high quality entry undoubtedly. For me, I like them 1-2 in this particular division. Young lady's female out of the first class will be your champion, and the one out of the second class will be reserved.
Champion Main Anjou goes to Kinley Klein, producer KNC Show Cattle. Reserve champion goes to Kinley Klein, producer KNC Show Cattle. Entering the ring for maintainer Spring Yearly, Kinley Klein. In the makeup area, we need maintainer Spring Calf, Lacey Hauser, Garrett Moran, Ashley Rogers, and Cody Sawyers. This is the first call for maintainer Junior Calf, Maya Daniels, and Mackenzie Moeller.
Here to start out our maintainer division, we have a Bronco-faced female that really possesses a high-quality look from the profile. The way she silhouettes in terms of her uniformity of rib, her levelness from hooks to pins, and the way she's tucked up in terms of her chest floor really gives her a side profile of quality. And yet with her skeleton pulled together as well, she's laid back in her shoulder design, reset back in her knee. Really like her the way she ties and is smooth blending up front. We're going to get critical of this one. I'd maybe open that one up just a nickel more through her chest floor and her natural base width, and then see her set down with a notch more depth to her heel, a little shallower heel type of a female that sets down on her back pad. But that's getting very critical of a female that possesses an extremely high quality look matched with a tremendous amount of structural integrity. If you could, let's go ahead and give this young lady a nice round of applause.
Entering the ring is maintainer Spring Calf, Lacey Hauser, Garrett Moran, Ashley Rogers, and Cody Sawyers. This is the second call for maintainer Junior Calf, Maya Daniels, and Mackenzie Moeller.
We all have individual needs when it comes to our prescriptions. Why not choose a pharmacy that offers personalized, friendly service that's also convenient? Health Source of Ohio pharmacies offer free prescription delivery within their service area, free shipping on your mail order prescriptions, auto refill, and more. Call 513-707-9900 or visit healthsourceofohio.org for more information. Stop by any of the pharmacy locations in Seaman, Mount Orb, or Batavia to meet the staff. Health Source of Ohio is proud to be the source for pharmacy in your community.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxter Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxter Tractor.
James. We also have the Ohio Junior Scimitar Association Princess, Lainey Spiller. This is the second call for maintainer Junior Calf, Maya Daniels and Mackenzie Moeller. This is the first call for Shorthorn Spring Calf, Madeline Jodry.
Well, a very challenging class here in our maintainer show, and we get into a little more numbers and some differences in kind, undoubtedly. If you're sitting ringside and you're a young person that maybe has the capability in 4-H or FFA to go ahead and participate in a judging team, this would certainly be a fun class to talk through, but I think cuts can be small because there's a tremendous amount of differences in these females. I'm going to break them down for you and discuss them. I'll be the first to admit the heifer that I'm going to select to lead off the class needs to be raised up in her pin set a little bit. More specifically, as she gets out and leads, I'd like to see her be a little more relaxed there in her hip and get out and just grab the earth with a notch more authority and flex and reach off those hind two. But putting that criticism aside, here's the female that combines the most in terms of silhouette, design, structural integrity, look, and feminine design, matched with some power, some punch, some boldness of center body. She just looks like the class winner for me in terms of her silhouette, of quality, how she's high tying, how she's smooth blending from the base of her shoulder up into her neckline. She's expansive in her rib shape from there back. She drops a comfortable and flexible leg. In terms of her pastern set, I just like to see her handle her hip. They're ever so slightly different, but a high quality female there to go ahead and lead out. I like the heads up design of the heifer that comes next. Boy, she ties a long slender neck high on the apex of her shoulder. She gets out and travels and maintains the quality to her spine and her hip extremely well as we ask her to lead out. She's a little greener in condition. She's a female that's a little frailer in her bone work, gives up some pound advantage, some performance undoubtedly, but a female in terms of her skeletal design, her look and design, just next best suits me in terms of my class winner to go ahead and be second here today. We'd like to certainly drop her down with a little more of an expansive rib shape, make her a little softer about her center, but a high quality female. When the young lady gets this next heifer parked, and when she first leads in, you kind of think to yourself, well, there's my class winner. She's stout, she's bold, she's wide, she's deep, she's silhouettes with some quality. Simply put, young lady, I think time's going to be a little bit harsher on your heifer. I think as she advances with maturity, I think you're going to start to see that chest floor pop out in that one. And then I'd like to shore up in her foot quality, tone her down in her joint work to see her get out and travel just a notch better. And then with that overall power, along with that, she wants to become a little bolder about the base side of her shoulder, a little coarser there. Just like to refine her and make her a little more feminine in terms of her total design. I like the moderate make, the boldness of center, the stoutness in the heifer that concludes the class. If you're sitting there and wanting to raise steers, you can certainly find the quality in this female. I'm not going to argue that one bit. For me, it's structure that goes ahead and limits her fourth in this particular class. She's more vertical and upright about the slope and angle to her shoulder, her front toe step. She wants to ridge up off those front two and then become a little more rigid about her pasture and set and get off out of her hip. That's just simply where we need to shore her up. But the young lady's done a good job selecting a project that has width, power, and substance. So go ahead and congratulate those young people.
Entering the ring is Maintainer Junior Calf, Maya Daniels and Mackenzie Moeller. Results from Maintainer Spring Calf. First, Cody Sawyers, producer, Sawyer Farms. Second, Garrett Moran, producer, Moran Family Show Cattle. Third, Ashley Rogers, producer, Ashley Rogers, Rogers Brothers. Fourth, Lacey Hauser, producer, Hauser Family Show Cattle. In the makeup area, we need Maintainer Spring Yearly, Kinley Klein, Maintainer Spring Calf, Cody Sawyers, and Garrett Moran. This is the second call for Shorthorn Spring Calf, Madeline Jodry. And the first call for Shorthorn Junior Calf, Etta Moore.
Family meant everything to my father, Paul. Growing up in a small community with two hardworking parents, he learned at an early age just how important it is to help and protect others. That's what inspired him to establish Paul Hall & Associates Insurance. Protecting others. My father also believed that if he followed the golden rule and treated our customers as he wanted to be treated, he would build a successful business focused on the families and communities that we serve. He instilled this philosophy in each one of us here at Paul Hall & Associates, and his legacy lives on. We are Paul Hall & Associates, our family, ensuring yours.
Transitions back into her bolder center body, a more aggressive and natural shape to her as you get right in behind her. A really big boned and footed type of a female that you like those things about. Young lady's done a nice job getting a nice hair coat on that one. Again, we like to relax in her spine, see her step out with a little more flex and reach off her hock and hind too. But again, I think we can have that same criticism here in our second place heifer. Young lady's heifer that comes in second. I love how feminine design she is from the base of her shoulder up into her throat latch. I love her skull, her ears set, the way she possesses herself in the front 1/3 of her body. I like those things, and the young lady does a nice job getting that shown off out here. From her shoulders back's where I'd like to change her. I'd like to soften her up in her rib, tone her down about her tail head placement, and then with her natural substance and width that she has from behind, I like that, but I'd like to match it with just a notch stouter foot and bone to complement her look. But a really nice type of female the young lady's doing a nice job with. If you would, let's go ahead and congratulate them on a really nice class.
Results from Maintainer Junior Calf. First, Mackenzie Moeller, producer, Moeller Family Show Cattle. Second, Maya Daniels, producer, Daniels Family Cattle. Entering the ring for Champion Maintainer, Spring Yearling, Kinley Klein. Spring Calf, Cody Sawyers. and junior calf Mackenzie Moeller. This is the second call for Shorthorn Junior Calf Etta Moore and the first call for Shorthorn Senior Calf Etta Moore.
Well, this has certainly been a fun and a very deep division. If you would, for those ringside, please put your hands together for our class winners out here. Again, I think there's some differences to discuss. I think there's two that rise to the top, and you can discuss the differences there and determine your priorities and land on a champion and a reserve. I'll go ahead and discuss them. As they stand, the young lady up front with the brockle-faced yearling female is one that you really like in terms of her structural integrity, her balance, and her design from the profile. There is no doubt that thing is smooth blending from the base side of her shoulders up into her neckline. She's smooth set there at the base side of her shoulder and pushed back and relaxed at her knee set, yet opens up into enough of an expansive rib and depth about her center to give her a capacious brood cow type of a look. She's leveled from hooks to pins and drops a very functional and flexible hind leg set. As we mentioned in class, I would like to open that one up just in terms of her base skeleton. She wants to collapse in her forerib there ever so slightly for her maturity and get a little flatter made as you get right in behind her. But there's no doubt that from the profile, that's a female that offers a tremendous amount of quality in terms of skeletal correctness and overall profile and attractiveness. Young lady's heifer that stands here in the second part of the lineup is one we talked about. Her hair coat's dense, she's stout, she's big bone. You like how rugged that female is, and yet for how rugged she is, she actually blends very well up to her front 1/3. I can certainly appreciate her for that. Smooth blending at the base side of her shoulder, the way that ties into her chest. She's feminine enough through her skull line there in relation to how powerful she is as you get right in behind her. Her structure is what concerns me within this particular lineup. A female that I like to relax in her spine, raise up in her pin set, and just see her plan out with a notch more flexibility and reach off those hind two. But on the standstill, I can certainly appreciate a lot of the quality that that heifer represents. I love the calf in terms of just her feminine look and design. You love that one through her throat latch, her skull line, how she blends in to a proper angled shoulder. She's relaxed at her knee set, and for as young as that that one is, I think she opens up into an expansive type of a rib shape that I can certainly admire. As the young man gets her set, she really holds a silhouette of quality here from the profile. He does a good job getting that one loin down. Right now she's standing, her hip and her hind leg all tied together with an attractive type of a look. When we ask that one to lead, I think she gets just a notch off from hooks to pins and wants to tuck that hind leg up under and ridge up in her spine there ever so slightly. But that's a female that's got a bright future. I like where she is at this stage of the game in terms of her condition, her body mass. I like those things about her. A nice amount of power in terms of her natural muscle shape as you get right in behind her. I think it's a close decision in terms of the lineup here on the bookend options. The young man's heifer on the end here on the back, the young lady's yearling up front. It depends on where you put your priorities. For me, I think more of the fault-free option today that just ties it together just a notch better in terms of her silhouette and her structure is the young lady up front. She'll be your champion.
Champion maintained.
At the Campbell Group of Sipsicline Realtors, they pride themselves on knowing the area that they're selling. And with more than 40 years serving as Ripley's own real estate agent, you'd be hard-pressed to find a more experienced team. Agent David Campbell and the Campbell Group specialize in southern Brown County river and farm properties. Call 937-392-4308 for the Campbell Group of Sipsicline Realtors, or visit their office at 908 South 2nd Street in Ripley.
ProGen's next-generation technology flooring is designed to stand up to the demands of modern life, and it's available now at the Winchester Carpet Outlet. Because ProGen is durable, waterproof, dimensionally stable, and easy to install, it can be used in any room, including rooms that are most prone to moisture and spills, like kitchens and baths. For top-quality flooring, service, and selection at prices that'll floor you, visit the Winchester Carpet Outlet, just off State Route 32 on Tri-County Road, just a few miles west of Winchester, Ohio, and online at winchestercarpetoutlet.com.
Well, a nice way to start out our Shorthorn division. Young lady brings us a heifer that has a tremendously attractive look. She's high tying and attractive through the front 1/3 of her body. Opens up into enough natural rib shape for this particular age. Has some width and muscles. You get right in behind her. A lot of top side power packed together in that one. We like to see her silhouette with just a notch more quality in terms of being raised up in her pin set, a little more functional and smooth tying there off that hind leg. But again, I'm sure this one's probably her first time to town and a little bit nervous too, so we'll err on the side of giving her a little bit of grace for that. But really nice female. Look forward to getting her back out here in our drive. Let's congratulate this young lady.
Entering the ring for a Shorthorn Junior Calf is Etta Moore.
Another extremely high quality single entry here in our Shorthorn show, and young lady brings us a heifer that has a tremendous amount of design and a lot of look up front. When that one ties her neck and shoulder together, that one can give you just an unreal look up front. Yet with that, I think she's got enough power and substance as you get right in behind her, enough bone to stabilize that skeleton. A really nice foot design on that female as she gets out and tracks. If we're going to get nitpicky of this one, maybe drop her down with just a notch more sweep to her forerib and flank line, and then I'd like to see her as she wants to travel out at times when wants to bow out in her forearm there just a nickel, get a little wider at the base side of her shoulder. That's getting critical of a female that is tremendously good on her feet and legs, offers a tremendous amount of look and design, matched with some mass and volume. Really high quality entry. Let's go ahead and give that young lady a nice round of applause.
Entering the ring is Shorthorn Senior Calf, Etta Moore. In the makeup area, we need Shorthorn Plus, Spring Calf, Chase McAllister, and Spring Yearling, Tayton Rhodes.
Again, another single entry and a high quality single entry that could have withstood a little more competition. From her shoulders back, this is a female that offers some feminine design, some structural integrity, matched with some balance. If we're going to get nitpicky of this one, I'd like to lay her back in her shoulder and knee design and then just open her up with a notch more capacity, specifically at the lower base portion of her rib. But a female that you like in terms of her pin width, you like in terms of her look and presence up front, can combine a lot of good things. If you will, let's go ahead and give this young lady a nice round of applause as she exits.
Entering the ring for Shorthorn Spring Yearling, Madeline Jodry. This is the second call for Shorthorn Plus, Spring Calf, Chase McAllister, and Spring Yearling, Tayton Rhodes.
Again, another quality single entry. The young lady brings us a female that really comes together with a tremendous look here from the side profile. She ties high out of the apex of her shoulder in terms of her neckline. She's smooth blending from the base of her shoulder all the way up through her throat lash and is picked up in her chest floor. I like her dimension and overall capacity to her mid-rib. I'd like to maybe tie her pin set up just a little higher and drop her in her grow bone there and then just see her get out and go with a notch more flex and reach up front. I love her hind leg construction. I like the way she sets her down in terms of her pasture and setter and her hind toe. Like those things about her. Really high quality entry here. Looking forward to getting her back out here in our championship lineup. Let's congratulate this young lady.
Entering the ring for Champion Shorthorn, Spring Calf, Madeline Jodry, Junior Calf, Etta Moore, Senior Calf, Etta Moore, and Spring Yearling, Madeline Jodry. This is the first call for Scimitar Spring Calf, Elijah Beath, and Brentley Long.
Well, a really nice entry here, and a group of single entries that all won their class. And as you bring them back out here and compare them to one another, there's some structural difference. There's certainly some age and maturity differences. Again, I'll put my priority in terms of structure, feminine characteristic, and just longevity of build matched with some volume and capacity. I think there's two that certainly rise to the top out here for me. I'm going to go out here one last time and give them a look and get you a champion in reserve. If you would, though, for these young people's hard work and their efforts, please give them a nice round of applause.
Champion Shorthorn goes to Etta Moore, producer Etta Moore. Reserve Champion Shorthorn goes to Madeline Jodry, producer Jodry Family Farm. Entering the ring for Shorthorn Plus Spring Calf is Chase McAllister. Shorthorn Plus Spring Yearling, Tatum Rose. This is the second call for Simmental Spring Calf, Elijah Beath and Brentley Long.
Just a single entry here in our Shorthorn Plus show, and a heifer the young man's done a nice job with, getting her presented, a nice hair coat, doing a nice job getting her shown. That's a stout powerhouse just in terms of muscle, stoutness, openness of center body and rib. If we're getting nitpicky of this one, sure, we'd like to make her a little more feminine and attractive up front, lay her in smoother and tighter there about the base of her shoulder, and just see her get out and go with more flex and reach. But a female that I can certainly represent and understand her overall power and substance. If you would, let's give this nice young man a round of applause as he exits the ring.
Entering the ring for Shorthorn Plus Spring Calf, Chase McAllister.
Another nice single entry here in our Shorthorn Plus show. A young man that brings us a young heifer that's got a tremendous amount of look and design here from the side profile. Really slender through her front 1/3, level from hooks to pins. Drops a functional type behind leg that's still stout in its construction of the foot and in the bone column. If we're going to nitpicky of this one, I'd like to lay her back in her knee set and then just open her up in terms of her natural base width, and just heart girth. But a female that you can certainly appreciate for her look, her balance, and feminine characteristic. Let's congratulate this young man, and we'll get him back out here in our championship.
Entering the ring for Champion Shorthorn Plus, Spring Yearling Tayton Rhodes and Spring Calf Chase McAllister. This is the first call for Simmental Junior Calf, Layla Beath and Owen Beath.
Well, as fun as a breeder, when you enter into a breed or a composition breed, or a composite breed, I should say, where you can get differences in type and kind with a little bit of generations of breeding. We see that represented in this lineup. The young man's heifer up front is just opened up, stout, massive in terms of her muscle shape, and one that maybe we'd like to offer just a little more structural integrity and depth, but we can appreciate her for her boldness of center body, her stoutness, and her width from end to end. And then on the other spectrum, we've got the young man's heifer here on the second class that offers a tremendous amount of look and design and feminine characteristics. And we'd like to open her up and make her a little wider and stouter. So to have two heifers that are on the opposite ends of the spectrum, I think there's one that just offers a notch more quality in terms of her overall skeletal build, her outline, and show ring appeal. Young man out of the second class will be our champion. Young man out of the first will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Shorthorn Plus goes to Chase McAllister, producer Hauser Farms. Reserve goes to Tayton Rhodes, producer Hauser Farms. Entering the ring for Simmental Spring Calf, Elijah Beath and Brentley Long. This is the second call for Simmental Junior Calf, Layla Beath and Owen Beath.
two very different but two high quality females in their own right here as we start out in our Simmental show. I think both of them have a lot of quality. Both offer some tremendous future as we move forward and look forward to their show ring days as well as their brood cow potential. For me, the one that just reads with a notch more of a smoother design, a softer center, and just a notch more of a show ring appeal and design is the young man's black heifer that's going to lead off. I'd like to clean up just the dewlap there under her throat latch and then just give her a notch more of extension and look. But this is the female that's deep sweeping in her center body. I like her smooth muscle pattern. I like her joint quality. I'd like to see her step out with a little more authority and flex there off those hind two in terms of her pasturing step. Just a notch more consistency there. But like just the maternal brood cow and moderation type of a look that's represented in that one. Undoubtedly, I am certainly drawn to the neck extension, the attractive look and design of the red blaze face heifer through her front 1/3. I love that about her. I love how she's tied in neat in her chest floor, long extended through her front 1/3, high tying out of the apex of her shoulder. A lot of muscle, dimension, and power as you get wrapped in behind that one. Enough natural rib shape to complement that. For me, though, I think she's just a little shorter and choppier off her hind two in terms of her stride, a little more cranked up in terms of her tail head set. Want to just soften her and relax her there. Really nice pair of females. Let's compliment those exhibitors with a nice round of applause.
Entering the ring is Simmental Junior Calf, Layla Beef, and Owen Beef. Results from Simmental Spring Calf. First, Elijah Beef, producer Elijah Beef. Second, Brentley Long, producer Long Family Livestock. This is the first call for Simmental Percent Spring Calf, Elijah Beef, Kenley Klein, and Maya Daniels.
The leaves are changing, the weather's turning cooler, and Irwin Farms Corn Maze is now open. Come harvest a memory, get lost in the corn maze, and shop for all your fall decor. Mums, pumpkins, candlebear candles, and more. Come out September 30th as the Ohio Performance Dogs return to the farm. And don't miss the squash carver as he carves a 500-pound pumpkin. Irwin Farms and Corn Maze, located at 1365 Coon Hill Road in Winchester. Open Monday through Friday 10 to 6, Saturday 10 to 9, and Sunday noon to 6.
Well, the young lady tells me this is a pair of twins, and that's really a good outcome on a mating. Get two for the price of one, and these are two that have a tremendous amount of quality. They're certainly not identical twins, but they certainly are really high quality, and I like that about them. Young lady's lighter colored heifer is one that just takes it to the next level in terms of quality of structure and build, feminine look and design, and a silhouette of just pure quality. She's so smooth blending at the base side of her shoulders, attractively designed through her front 1/3. For her age and maturity, I think there's an adequate enough of natural body depth and stoutness there. I appreciate you, young lady, for in my opinion, being pretty honest on her age in comparison to some others we've seen here today. But I like her natural, just overall maturity at this stage of the game. A functional and flexible hind leg for this particular breed that I like a great deal. That one pulls a tremendous amount of quality together in one package. Congratulations. From there, we run into the heifer in second that offers a notch more overall performance in relation to her sibling, one that offers a notch more natural depth and curvature to her rib. Like that about her. You like her overall look and design when the young man gets her parked here from the profile. For me, there's just not quite as much overall structural integrity and just smoothness than the heifer that led off. A little more throat latch, a little more boldness of shoulder, And I'd like to tone her down about her tailhead set and see her relax just a notch more off those hind two. But still, that's not taking anything away from a high quality female that certainly offers a tremendous amount of potential in the future. Let's congratulate those young people on a really nice pair of females.
Results from your champion junior calf class. First, Layla Beath, producer, Brooke Simmental. Second, Owen Beath, producer, Brooke Simmental. Entering the ring for champion Simmental from the spring calf class, Elijah Beath, and from the junior calf class, Layla Beath. This is the second call for Simmental percent spring calf, Elijah Beath, Kenley Klein, and Maya Daniels. This is the first call for Simmental percent junior calf, Piper Anderson and Mackenzie Moeller.
Our beliefs matter. They're reflected in our words and actions. At First State Bank, we believe in treating people well. And we've been doing just that since 1884. Listening, caring, looking out for each other. It's what people deserve. It's what a real local bank does. While lots of things have changed over the years, our belief in the people of this community hasn't. First State Bank, built on belief. Member FDIC.
Well, we haven't seen just a tremendous amount of numbers, but at the same time, for having a short show here in our Simmental, there's been a tremendous amount of depth of quality, and our top end's extremely good here. If you would, go ahead and give these young people a nice round of applause for their efforts. Here in our lineup, these are actually two heifers that are very different in their type and kind. The heifer out of the first class is the moderate maid type of a female that's very broody and capacious about her middle, a little quicker in her maturity pattern. I think she's going to get there in terms of her ultimate design, just a notch quicker. I can appreciate her though still for being high tying and attractive through her front 1/3, so robust and dimensional in her rib and body. Where we'd like to change this one is just, again, I know these are young calves. This is probably their first or second time to town. I'd just like to, and at times they want to act up, but for this particular female, I'd just like to relax her out of her hip and her tailhead structure, see her plan out with a notch more comfort off those hind two. But a female from her hooks forward, we love the brood cow potential in terms of a capacious type of a look and design matched with a moderate type of a frame. Young lady's red heifer out of our second class, a pair of twins in that class, and we talked about the lighter red heifer was just so good in terms of her skeletal and in her build. You love her hind leg construction, her joint quality, the softness to her posture and the size of her foot, the flexibility that she maintains up front while still having an outline and look of quality as we analyze her. She's correct in her tailhead set, level from hooks to pins, uniform in her type of body. Sure, she's not quite as dimensional, in her forerib and her center body as the heifer that comes ahead of her, but still, time's going to be on her side because her longevity is good because her structure quality is excellent. Really nice pair of females here. For me, the young lady out of the second class is going to be our champion. We'll get our second in here for consideration.
Champion Simmental goes to Layla Beath, producer Brooke Simmental. We need Owen Beath to enter the ring.
we get our second place heifer back out here, and we talked about just a lot of depth within this particular show, and I think she certainly represents that as we pull that second place in, and certainly don't lose any on quality. As we talked in that particular class, maybe not quite just the overall quality of skeleton that we had in our breed champion, but a female that's still silhouettes with a tremendous amount of quality, offers a notch more natural rib design. I think these are two very similar types of females. For me, I'll side with just a notch more elevation, elongation, and feminine characteristic matched with that volume and overall capacity. Young man out of our second class will go ahead and have your reserve. Congratulations.
Reserve champion Simmental goes to Owen B. Producer Brooke Simmental. Entering the ring is Simmental % Spring Calf, Elijah Beath, Kinley Klein, and Maya Daniels. This is the second call for Simmental % Junior Calf, Piper Anderson and Mackenzie Moeller. This is the first call for Simmental % Summer Yearling, Layla Beath, and Neil Taylor.
Are you worried about health insurance? Are you losing Medicaid? Do you have questions about Medicare? You want to cover your employees? Or just concerned with protecting your family? Then call me. I'm Tim McEwen, your local health insurance specialist. 937-379-1735 or online at timformedicare.com. That's Tim, the number 4, Medicare.com. Again, 937-379-1735.
More than a century of service. Let that sink in for a moment. For more than 100 years, since 1908 and through 4 generations of family-owned business, Georgetown Marble and Granite has stood firm in our community. They've helped thousands of families pay their respects and have memorialized so many lives gone, but not forgotten. When that difficult time comes, Georgetown Marble and Granite will be there to assist you too. Visit their location on East North Street in Georgetown or call 937-378-6314.
but unfortunately for the young man down there, but luckily for the young lady here, I'm sorting today, so that's just my personal opinion. For me, the youthful design, structural integrity, and outlook of the heifer that wins the class suits me best. She's long and slender about her neck, smooth at the base side of her shoulders, yet with that, she's bold enough in her center body. She drops the most athletic and flexible hind leg, gets out and travels really well. Everything matches, everything blends together, and comes together in a silhouette of quality and design put on an excellent frame. Congratulations, young lady. From there, we run into a heifer that's a little flatter in her make, still offers that high quality design and outlook in terms of a silhouette. You like her uniformity of body. You like how she's level from hooks to pins. She's long and slender about her neckline. For me, I know she's a little larger, maybe a little more mature today, but doesn't offer the overall skeletal openness and dimension as the heifer does that leads off the class, but you love her silhouette of quality. I just thought she was maybe just a little more restricted off that hind leg and just needed to come out with a notch more flexion reach and then be opened up in terms of the curvature and shape to her rib. But a high quality female from the side profile, undoubtedly. From there, we run into a young man that, with a heifer that offers the most brood cow look just in terms of capacity, durability, and fleshy knees. I'm not going to argue with that whatsoever. If you like pounds and performance along with natural body shape, here's the heifer that you need to start the class. For me, with that though, I think she's a little quicker about her maturity. I think she's already a little bit too baked for me. I think she needs to be slimmed up in her condition, toned down just a notch for this stage of the game, and more importantly, she's a female that I think is the most restricted in terms of her structure. She's the most limited out of her hip, the most restricted in her hock and her hind foot, and she wants to, because of that, wants to paddle as we get out. Like to see her stride out with more athleticism. Excellent class with a lot of depth. If you would, give them a nice round of applause.
Entering the ring for Simmental Percent Junior Calf, Piper Anderson and Mackenzie Moeller. This is the second call for Simmental Percent Summer Yearling, Layla Beath and Taylor Neal. This is the first call for Simmental Percent Spring Yearling, Avery South. Results from Simmental Percent Spring Calf. First, Kenley Klein, producer, K&C Show Cattle. Second, Maya Daniels, producer, Daniels Family Cattle. Third, Elijah Beath, producer, Elijah Beath.
Really another high quality class of Sim Solution females, and the heifer that's going to lead off certainly really gets to your eye here from the profile. Long and slender about her neckline, smooth blending at the base side of her shoulder, opens up into an expansive and maternal rib shape, yet drops a functional hind leg. She's not the most overpowering. We read underneath the hair and just presentation, that's a female that wants to collapse in her heart girth there ever so slightly and close up from behind, but I'll call her acceptable enough here in this particular class to go ahead and seat her lead off because her structural integrity, her balance, her look and design of quality really pleases me quite well to go ahead and lead off. Nothing to take away from the young lady's heifer in second. That's a female that offers a tremendous amount of power, substance, and brood cow function in terms of her midrib, her capacity, and her ease of flesh. For me though, in relation to my class winner, She's just not quite as smooth blending and attractive through her throat latch and her chest floor. We like to make her a little more feminine through the front 1/3 of her body, and then complement her stoutness with a notch more feature and structural integrity at the surface, just to complement her look, but still a high quality type of female. Young lady's doing a nice job. If you would, let's go ahead and congratulate them as they exit the ring.
Entering the ring is Scimitar Percent Summer Yearling, Layla Beath, and Taylor Neal. This is the second call for Scimitar Percent Spring Yearling, Avery South. At this time, we need, in the makeup area, Scimitar Percent Spring Calf, Kenley Klein and Maya Daniels, Scimitar Percent Junior Calf, Piper Anderson and Mackenzie Moeller.
It's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
In court, like in baseball, you want a judge to call things down the middle. Experience matters. That's Michelle Harris. As a magistrate, she has the most judicial experience. Michelle Harris has the most experience as a prosecutor. Michelle Harris is the only candidate with experience doing jury trials. Michelle Harris, experience we can trust. Vote Michelle Harris for judge.
Paid for by Harris for judge.
Who is Barry Chevrolet? Why don't you ask your friends and neighbors? Because after 70 years and 4 generations in the automotive industry, odds are we've made a happy customer out of somebody you know. Hard-working, proud Americans drive Chevrolets, and that's why we sell them at Barry's. Hats off to everybody driving a Silverado truck. You're my kind of people. Barry Chevrolet, your best deal dealer.
Excellent pair of females here in our Sim Solution show. And young lady's heifer that's going to lead off suits me quite well in terms of a female that's almost ideal in terms of her skeletal structure. One that's so laid back in her shoulder and relaxed at her knee set, drops a functional hind leg that sits down to the surface with the ideal amount of foot size, softness, and cushion to her pastern. Yet with that, she's still got look and design, a good amount of natural curvature and shape to her rib. I like that one's maturity and just freshness for her particular age. It fits her quite well. At times I'd like to just compliment her in terms of just a notch more smoothness there in terms of her loin edge into the center portion of her spine and the way she ties from her tail head there specifically when she steps out, but still a high quality female I like a great deal. Young lady's heifer that comes in second, nothing to take away from her. That's a long spine female that's got a nice amount of dimension in terms of her rib, really a high performing large outline type of a female that's smooth blending at the base side of her shoulders. For me, I just like to open her up in terms of the lower portion of her rib and body cavity, tone her tail head down in her, and then just see her step out with a little more comfort in terms of her foot placement. She wants to close up in that toe and just become a little more rigid in her pastern. That's where I'd like to change her. Excellent pair there. Let's go ahead and congratulate them.
Entering the ring is Scimitar Percent Spring Yearling, Avery South. Results from Scimitar Percent Summer Yearling. First, Taylor Neal, producer, Charmont Farms. Second, Layla Beath, producer, Brooks Scimitar. In the makeup area, we need first and second place, Scimitar Percent Calves. Spring Calf, Kenley Klein and Maya Daniels. Junior Calf, Piper Anderson and Mackenzie Moeller. Summer Yearling, Taylor Neal and Layla Beath. This is the first call for AOB Spring Calf, Gwyneth Souter.
a really nice March-born female to conclude our Sim Solution show. And when the young lady gets her parked, that's a female that offers a tremendous amount of quality. I love her foot and her bone, her natural structural integrity to get out and reach very well. Yet with that, I like her condition for this stage of the game. Appears to be putting on some udder and some bag, potentially with a calf inside there, getting ready to calve. And I like that maturity about her, really nice teat quality as well. At times, we'd like to lift her up in her pin set there just to see her balance out with a notch more look and design from her hooks back, but a high-quality female, undoubtedly the young lady's done a nice job with. If you would, go ahead and congratulate her on a job well done.
Scimitar % Spring Yearling goes to Avery South, producer Bent Grass Cattle Co. Entering the ring for Scimitar % Spring Calf Clinley Klein, Junior Calf Piper Anderson, Summer Yearling Taylor Neal, and Spring Yearling Avery South. This is the second call for AOB Spring Calf, Gwyneth Souter, and the first call for AOB Junior Calf, Ella Scott and Gabriel Scott. In the ring.
When you're trying to find the best deal on a home or car, you shop around. When it comes to finding the best deal for insuring those things, it just makes sense to shop around too. That's why Column Insurance works as an independent agency. One agency, multiple carriers, allowing your agent to shop for the company that best fits your needs and budget. Column Insurance works with Nationwide and Nationwide Agribusiness, Travelers, Progressive, and more. Stop by Column Insurance in Georgetown to speak to their friendly agents, Jay, Carolyn, or Stacy, or call 378-6947 for a free quote today. We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage. Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up for the three, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking out a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shack Sports, C103, and Good Guys Radio TV.
A very deep division with a tremendous amount of quality. If you would, go ahead and put your hands together for our young people out here with our class winners. I'll be quick and describe them briefly, but I think there are just some decisions to be made in terms of what side of the fence you're going to be on and a certain attribute of each one of these, but really a high quality group of cattle that are pretty good on their feet and legs, offer a tremendous amount of feminine look and design, and still have some body mass and dimension about them. Really congruent group from front to rear. The young lady's chromed up, her bald-faced heifer that started out is one I like a great deal in terms of her silhouette of quality and structural integrity. She's She's smooth blending, high tying out of the apex of her shoulder in terms of her neckline, high in terms of her chest placement, still opened up and maternal enough about her rib shape, has a nice amount of natural muscle shape and a smooth muscle pattern that lays over her spine with some quality, undoubtedly. And then when we ask that one to lead, I think she steps out certainly with a tremendous amount of flex and reach, just like her composition and overall quality there. At times I'd lay her back about her knee set there ever so slightly, but again, that's getting very critical of a female that offers a tremendous amount of quality for me. From the side profile, the heifer that comes out of the second class offers some extremes. She's extremely attractive and high tying and just really offers a tremendous look to her front 1/3. I like the way she's laid back on her shoulder, relaxed at her knee set, refined and smooth made there through her skull line. Yet with that, she opens up into a really deep and maternal rib set, a lot of depth to her flank line there, offers enough natural pin width as you get right in behind her, and drops a functional hind leg placement with that. We're going to get critical of this female as we step in from the 3/4 angle or right in front or from behind and analyze that one. She wants to close up in her knee set and her heart cavity, close up from behind and become a little harsher, or excuse me, tighter there about her hock placement and close at the surface, but still a female from the side profile you're certainly drawn to that offers a tremendous amount of quality. The heifer that comes next out of our third class we talked about just has a brood cow look of function and design. I love her condition for this particular stage of the game. A female that maybe doesn't combine the most ESTs, but is certainly functional in her make and kind. Smooth enough, blending and attractive through her front 1/3, bold enough and capacious about her center, so athletic and functional in terms of her hind leg placement, the angle to her and set to her shoulder, how she's relaxed about her knee set there. You get in behind her, she's robust and round in her hip, opened up in her rib cage. If we're going to get nitpicky of that one, as we talked earlier, on the go she wants to bridge up in her spine ever so slightly, get lower set about her head and neck placement there, and then I like to just blend her in, smooth her there. From her tail head into her loin, but that's getting critical of a female and one that doesn't have quite the hair coat to cover that. I love her skeleton. I love her overall make and kind. You could have a pasture full of females like that and certainly be happy with their production. Young ladies have for her March-born yearling females one we talked about. You like her udder quality so far. She's getting ready, probably getting a little more full term in terms of her calf, and one that's big bone, stout made, rugged in her kind, open up and expansive about her rib cage. I appreciate how the young ladies kept her in an appropriate amount of condition, not too fat, not too skinny for this stage of the game. With that, she's a little bit more brass in terms of her overall design, a little uglier about her head and neck, a little deeper about her chest, and wants to ridge up in her spine and drop out of her pin set. If we could just make her or give her a notch more silhouette and design of quality, I think she certainly fits in the mold out here and offers more to this lineup, but still a high quality type of female. Again, I think it's on what side of the fence you want to be on in terms of your favorite, your kind, your type. I think there's some decisions to be made on what side of the fence you stand on, but a tremendous group undoubtedly for their overall quality. I'll give them one last look and give you a champion in reserve. If you would, please go ahead and give them a nice round of applause.
Champion percent Simmental goes to Taylor Neal, producer Charmont Farms. We need Layla Beath to enter the ring. Reserve champion percent Simmental goes to Kenley Klein, producer K&C Show Cattle. Entering the ring is AOB Spring Calf, Gwyneth Souter. This is the second call for AOB Junior Calf, Ella Scott and Gabriel Scott. This is the first call for crossbred Colt Gaskin, Isabella Spires, Peyton McAllister, and Leah Patchell.
Really a high quality entry here to start out our AOB show. Young lady brings us a heifer that really combines a tremendous amount of quality. One that's smooth blending, stout boned, open up with a tremendous amount of body shape for her particular age. Like her levelness of hip, her stoutness as you get right in behind her. She's smooth up front. I'd like to take it a notch further, make her a little longer necked and tie it higher on the apex of her shoulder. That's getting critical of a female that offers a tremendous amount of good in terms of the fundamentals of structure, body mass, stoutness, along with a good amount of capacity. If you would, go ahead and congratulate this young lady on a nice female.
Entering the ring is AOB Junior Calf, Ella Scott and Gabriel Scott. This is the second call for crossbred Colt Gaskin, Isabella Spires, Peyton McAllister, and Leah Patchell. This is the first call for crossbred Miriam Seegerwald, Lena Zermley, Cameron Hardy, and Lena Zermley.
Another nice group here in our AOB show. Young lady brings us a heifer that's just stout, massive in terms of her make and kind. Yet with that, I think her function in terms of her structure leads you to believe that she's got plenty of longevity left in her. One that's correct in her shoulder blade set, relaxed at her knee set, still smooth blending up front. I'd like to tie her tail head down into her skeleton just a notch better to balance her rear 2/3 out. That's a female that's got enough adequate amount of natural body shape, a tremendous amount of thickness and power, matched with some structural integrity. Gonna go ahead and lead off there. Nice job, young lady. Nothing to take away from the young man's heifer that's gonna fall in second. Female that's got some moderation of frame, some boldness and curvature to her rib, some depth back there through her flank line. I just like to stouten her up at the surface, correct her in terms of her slope and angle to her shoulder to see her reach out with a notch more efficiency. But more importantly, I like to set her down with a notch more comfort off those hind two, relax her about her tail head set just to see her get out and go with a notch more just overall balance on the travel. Really nice group though. Let's congratulate those young people.
AOB AOB Junior Calf goes to Ella Scott, producer, Scott Family Show Cattle. Second goes to Gabriel Scott, producer, Scott Family Show Cattle. In the ring for AOB Champion Heifer, from the Spring Calf class, Gwyneth Snowder, and Junior Calf class, Ella Scott.
Well, certainly two high-quality entries here in our AOB show, and two class winners that, again, we've kind of been in this situation here already today that are very different in their type and kind. That's all right. They're still good. They're still quality because they do a lot of the fundamentals. They're structurally sound. They've got enough natural base width and have some volume, look, and capacity to go along with that. The young lady's chromed up heifer out of the first class is highly presented. She's got a tremendous hair coat, but putting that aside, it's a female that's really good in terms of her basics. She's sound and fundamental at the surface. She's opened up and expansive about her rib shape. She's got enough natural width as you get right in behind her. As we talked, I like to set her neck a little higher on her shoulders, give her a little bit more extension up front. That's getting critical of the female that's very broad spectrum. Whether you want to take her back, breed her to a more maternal bull that offers more extension, or take her back and breed club calves with her, I think she's dual purpose for that, and I think she's got a lot of quality. Like that one a good deal. The heifer out of the second class surprises you because for the power, the substance, and the natural muscle that she possesses, she still offers a tremendous amount of skeletal quality. I love her shoulder placement, her knee set, how she gets out and travels square and genuine up front. At times, we'd like to set her down with a notch more link to her and flex to her pastern and tone her down about her tail head set. There's still quality within that entry and offers a tremendous amount of value. Really two nice females. Our champion and reserve obviously lie within these two. For me today, the young lady's chromed up heifer is going to be champion. Young lady there out of class 2 will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion AOB goes to Gwyneth Souter, producer, Souter Family Cattle. Reserve champion goes to Ella Scott, producer, Scott Family Show Cattle. Entering the ring is our Class 1 Crossbloods, Colt Gaskin, Isabella Spires, Peyton McAllister, and Leah Patchell. This is our second call for Class 2 Crossbloods, Miriam Steigerwald, Lena Zermley, Cameron Hardy, and Lena Zermley. This is the first call for Class 3 Crossbred, Addison Moran, Jace McKenzie, and Tavon Taylor.
Really good class of females here to start out our crossbred show. Young man brings us a female that's extremely high-tying and attractive through her front 1/3. Really love her blaze face, how she's cool through her head, but that's not the reason she wins this class. She wins it because she's the balanced, attractive, well-made type of female that offers some width, dimension, and power. Just a tremendous look here from the profile, matched with the running gear that's unmatched in this particular class. She offers that overall look and design, matched with some power and substance as you get right in behind her. That's why she wins for me. Congratulations, young man. The heifer that comes next closely mirrors my class winner in terms of silhouette and design. She's high-tying, she's smooth-made, bold and powerful rib. She's a female that you like a good deal there in terms of her overall just silhouette and design. You love her here as the young man gets her parked. With that, though, in relation to my class winner, I just didn't feel she was quite as stout as you get right in behind her. Analyze her at her hock set, read her through her natural muscle pattern as you get right in behind her. Just not quite as much stoutness and overall boldness, but a female that you really like for her natural look and design. Young man's got a nice project there. I told the young lady that comes next, my wife would love to have a purse or something like that designed out of her. Young lady, we'll flip these your next around. Young lady, like I said, my wife would love to have a purse or a boot bag with a one colored like this, but all joking aside, this female for me still has some value in terms of her skeletal build, her design. She's got some rib and dimension about her. Sure, we'd love to clean her up in terms of her dewlap, but from the silhouette, that one's symmetrical. She's uniform in her body. She's good in terms of her make and build. Just like to pick her up in her chest floor, stouten her up, and add a notch more bone, but still a good quality entry there. Young lady's done a nice job with. Young lady's heifer that comes next, you love her feminine characteristic in terms of some extension up front, the boldness of center body that she possesses. For me, though, unfortunately, I just like to make her stouter in terms of her bone column, correct her in terms of her structure, and lay her back in her shoulder design. And then with that, she wants to close up from behind and crank in her spine. We just need to mellow her out and stout her to the surface to complement her look. The young lady's done a nice job getting her shown. Let's congratulate our first class of crossbred exhibitors.
Entering the ring is Class 2 crossbreds, Miriam Stegerwald, Lena Zermley, Cameron Hardy, and Lena Zermley. This is the second call for Class 3 crossbreds, Addison Moran, Jace McKenzie, and Tavon Taylor. Results from Class 1 crossbred. First, Peyton McAllister, producer, LJD Show Cattle. Second, Colt Gaskin, producer, Souter Family Cattle. Third, Leah Patchell, producer, Patchell Farms. Fourth, Isabella Spires, producer, Moran Family Cattle. At this time, if we could get our champion and reserve champion heifers to start making their way to the makeup area. Charlays, Tavon Taylor and Tavon Taylor. Low percent Kiania, Chase McAllister. Hereford, Lacey Hauser. Main Anjou, Kinley Klein and Kinley Klein. Maintainer, Kinley Klein and Cody Sawyers. Shorthorn, Etta Moore and Madeline Jodry. Shorthorn Plus, Chase McAllister and Tayton Rhodes. Scimitar, Layla Beath and Owen Beath. Scimitar Percent, Taylor Neal and Kinley Klein. AOB, Gwyneth Souter, and Ella Scott.
Really a nice class of crossbred heifers here with a lot of depth and quality throughout, all the way down the young man's heifer that's going to conclude the class. We find cattle that certainly have quality and some things you can be drawn into. For me, the combination female within the class is the young lady here in pink that's going to lead out. That heifer's got a tremendous look and design up front, matched with some power, some substance, some bone, some natural curvature and shape to her rib. If I'm going to get nitpicky on this one, I'd like to make her a little longer pastured and flexible there off her hind two, and then just see her pull together with a notch more depth about her center. That's getting critical of a female. That's, again, the combination female that offers the most natural quality for me. I love the heads-up, attractive look of the heifer that comes in too. Undoubtedly, her skull line and neckline read with quality. I like that a great deal about her. I love how her hips tied into her spine, how she silhouettes here from the profile. For me, I'd like to just stouten her up in terms of her foot and bone, maybe lay her back in her knee set there just a notch, and then make her or have her offer just a notch more quality in terms of her pasture and placement off her hind too. But when the young lady gets her parked, that one offers a tremendous amount of look, design, and overall profile out here today. Young lady's heifer that comes next, again, a female that doesn't necessarily draw you in, but you can't sit there and poke big holes in her, but a female that just may get swallowed up in this class in terms of natural muscle and power. She's a female I like in terms of her feet and legs. I like her look and design here from the profile. I wouldn't call her necessarily slab shoulder, but she's a little flatter made up front, a little deeper protruding about her chest floor, runs out of the pin width and power as we get right in behind her. That's certainly where I'd like to change her. Nothing to take away from the young man's unique marked heifer here that comes next. Love that chrome on her, really sets her off out here in the ring. For me, she's a female that's high tying and attractive up front, bold in her in terms of her upper rib. I like that about her. For me, we just need to correct her in terms of her structure off both ends, relax her at her knee set, offer a little more function and flex there off her hind two, and drop her in her mid rib. If you would, let's go ahead and congratulate those exhibitors though on a really nice class.
Entering the ring is Class 3 crossbreds, Addison Moran, Jace McKenzie, and Tavon Taylor. Results from Class 2 crossbreds. First, Lena Zermley, producer, Hauser Family Show Cattle. Second, Cameron Hardy, producer, Souter Family Show Cattle. Third, Miriam Stegerwald, producer, Smith Cattle. Fourth, Lena Zermley, producer, Hauser Family Show Cattle. This is the second call for all of our champion and reserve champion heifers to make their way to the makeup area.
We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage. Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up for the three, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking out ahead she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, two-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shack Sports, C103, and Goodguysradiotv.
At Southern Hills Community Bank, we take great pride in building strong relationships with our customers. We're dedicated to providing the best products and services to fit your needs, like checking and savings, home and auto loans, plus ATM and debit cards, online banking, bill pay, and mobile banking with mobile deposit. Visit SouthernHillsCommunityBank.com or stop by any of our 8 convenient locations. We want to be your bank. Southern Hills Community Bank, member FDIC and equal housing lender. Customer service with a difference.
a very nice way to conclude our crossbred show. We've got a lot of differences in type and kind out here, but a lot of quality still represented. Young lady's heifer that's going to lead off is undoubtedly the female that offers the most natural curvature and shape to her rib on top of a high quality skeleton. I think she's attractive enough to her front 1/3. She's a female that's proper sloping about the angle and slope to her shoulder, relaxed at her knee set. At times where I would like to change her, she wants to round out of her hip ever so slightly and then ridge up in her spine. But in terms of one that's opened up, sound and functional, I think she fits the bill for me in this particular class. When the young man gets the cream-colored white marked heifer parked, I certainly love her silhouette. She's a heads-up type of a female that possesses a high-quality look here from the profile. I like that about her. With that, though, I think her overall mass in terms of feature kind of outweigh her overall capacity in her midrib. I'd like to open her up in her center, offer a notch more depth and sweep to her flank line. But more importantly, where I'd like to change her is in terms of her structure, tone her down about her joint work. As you see that heifer track away, she wants to step on her outside toe, bow out in terms of her hock ever so slightly, and become a little more pigeoned in terms of her front 2 toe set. That's where I'd like to change her. Young man's heifer that comes next, and young man, that's a very impressive mullet, by the way. I like that. That heifer is one that's really attractive up front, really clean and attractive through her chest floor. I love her from her midrib forward. I just like to change her from her midrib back. She's a female that wants to round out of her hip, hock in from behind, and splay out. That's just where I like to change her. But from her midrib forward, that's a good high-quality female that we can certainly like a lot of things about. Young man's doing a nice job. If you would, go ahead and congratulate them as they exit the ring.
Class 3 crossbred goes to Addison Moran, producer, Moran Family Cattle. Second, Tavon Taylor, producer, Kidwell Charlet. Third, Jace McKenzie, producer, Bob Hare. Entering the ring for champion crossbred, from Class 1, Peyton McAllister. From Class 2, Lena Zermley. And from Class 3, Addison Moran. This is the third call for all champion and reserve champion heifers to be in the makeup area.
What the eye doctor said. 2020. I know. What do you say is causing her headache?
Well, what a way to conclude our heifer drive here for the day in terms of coming together with a high-quality set of crossbred heifers. If you would, go ahead and put your hands together for our exhibitors out here that exhibited our class winners. Starting out of the first class, the young man brought the bald-faced heifer that was just so elegant and attractive up front. She's one that's very stout and dimensional as you get right in behind her, powerful as you work down the top side of that one, offers a tremendous amount of boldness about her center body cavity, and yet does so and puts it all together on a really good type of a skeletal design. She's really good in terms of her foot placement, great about her flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. We're gonna get nitpicky on that one. I like to just tidy her up through the base side of her shoulder and then tone her down about her tailhead set. That's getting picky of a young female that I think offers a tremendous amount of value out here in this particular lineup. Young lady's heifer out of Class 2. Here parked from the profile, you gotta love her just balance, her silhouette of design and quality. She's attractive up front. She's bold and dimensional in her rib. She's one that offers a tremendous amount of level design there through from hooks to pins. Drops enough of a functional hind leg for me to call acceptable. At times we want to see that one just step out more genuinely and squarely from behind. She comes in a little more closed up in terms of her hock set, a little more timid about her pasture and placement, but a female that still, when the young lady gets her parked, offers a tremendous amount of overall look and design and presence. Young lady's red heifer, we love for her capacity and dimension in her midrib. Blown open in terms of her bold round rib, dimensional and soft sweeping flank line. You like that about her. She's one that gets out and travels pretty well in terms of her skeleton. For me, I'd just like to see her tie it together with a notch more balance and design. She wants to get a little more rounded out of her hips, specifically on the go, and then become a little more broken there on the back side of her shoulders. Again, just want to see her tie it together with a notch more symmetry and design. Really high quality group of cattle. Again, depending upon your preference and what you like, I think you could go a couple different ways. For me, putting my foundation and fundamentals in terms of structure matched with some overall look and design, young man with the bald face heifer up front is going to win. Congratulations.
Champion crossbred goes to Peyton McAllister, producer, LJD Show Cattle. We need Colt Gaskin to enter the ring. Reserve champion crossbred goes to Lena Zermley, producer, Hauser Family Show Cattle. We need Tavon Taylor's champion and reserve champion Charlays to be in the makeup area. Tavon Taylor. Entering the ring for Supreme Heifer, Champion Charlay, Tavon Taylor. Champion Percent Key, Chase McAllister. Champion Hereford, Lacey Hauser. Champion Main Anjou, Kinley Klein. Champion Maintainer, Kinley Klein. Champion Shorthorn, Etta Moore. Champion Shorthorn Plus, Chase McAllister. Champion Scimitar, Layla Beath. Champion Scimitar Percent, Taylor Neal. Champion AOB, Gwyneth Souter. And Champion Crossbred, Peyton McAllister. We need to make sure we have all reserve heifers in the makeup area. Tavon Taylor, Kinley Klein, Cody Sawyers, Madeline Jodry, Tayton Rhodes, Owen Beath, Kinley Klein, Ella Scott, and Lena Zermley.
We all have individual needs when it comes to our prescriptions. Why not choose a pharmacy that offers personalized, friendly service that's also convenient? Health Source of Ohio pharmacies offer free prescription delivery within their service area, free shipping on your mail order prescriptions, auto refill, and more. Call 513-707-9900 or visit healthsourceofohio.org for more information. Stop by any of the pharmacy locations in Seaman, Mount Orb, or Batavia to meet the staff. Health Source of Ohio is proud to be the source for pharmacy in your community.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, Our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Bachelor Tractor.
Family meant everything to my father, Paul. Growing up in a small community with two hardworking parents, he learned at an early age just how important it is to help and protect others. That's what inspired him to establish Paul Hall & Associates Insurance. Protecting others. My father also believed that if he followed the golden rule and treated our customers as he wanted to be treated, he would build a successful business focused on the families and communities that we serve. He instilled this philosophy in each one of us here at Paul Hall & Associates, and his legacy lives on. We are Paul Hall & Associates, our family, ensuring yours.
People. I am certainly under the belief that good cattle come in all different kinds of shapes, sizes, and colors, and I think this is a good representation of that out here. We've got young cattle, we've got more mature cattle. In today's age or modern show ring, I think they get a little bit excessive on aging them and getting them so big, but at the same time, for me and this particular judge, I'll always put my priority in terms of structural quality, balance, and volume. Again, I stated early on, that's where my priority lies, to me, I think good cattle beat bad cattle, and in a tight decision, maybe the ones that perform just a notch better will have the upper hand. But for me, again, I'll just side with skeletal quality and design. I'm not going to go back out here one last time and talk each and every one of them. I've cussed and discussed them the whole day through. We've got 5 to select, and I think it's going to be a good group of cattle that come together. I think there's a couple that come right to the top, and then we've got some decisions. But again, excellent quality. I'm impressed with your young people and your livestock. The kids, when you would, if you could, when you get back to the barn or once you get back home, please thank your parents or whoever got you here, whether it's your feeders or fitters. Just thank them for all the time and effort they put in, because I know it takes a lot of help, and they're really trying to do this not to promote their own cattle or really for the cattle, but for you at the end of the halter, making a difference for you, because this is an excellent program. If you would, one last time, give them a nice round of applause. I'll get you a top 5.
Champion heifer goes to Kinley Klein, producer, K&C Show Cattle. We need Kinley Klein to enter the show ring. Reserve champion goes to Gwyneth Souter, producer Souter Family Cattle. We need Ella Scott to enter the ring. Third overall goes to Taylor Neal, producer Charmont Farms. We need Kenley Klein to enter the ring. Fourth overall goes to Layla Beath, producer Brooke Simmental. We need Owen Beath to enter the ring. Fifth overall goes to Kenley Klein, producer KNC Show Cattle. That concludes our breeding heifer portion of the show. We will be taking a 30-minute break before starting with the feeder calves. We will be starting at 5 o'clock with feeder calves.
At the Campbell Group of Sipsicline Realtors, they pride themselves on knowing the area that they're selling. And with more than 40 years serving as Ripley's own real estate agent, you'd be hard-pressed to find a more experienced team. Agent David Campbell and the Campbell Group specialize in southern Brown County river and farm properties. Call 937-392-4308 for the Campbell Group of Sipsicline Realtors, or visit their office at 908 South 2nd Street in Ripley.
ProGen's next-generation technology flooring is designed to stand up to the demands of modern life, and it's available now at the Winchester Carpet Outlet. Because ProGen is durable, waterproof, dimensionally stable, and easy to install, it can be used in any room, including rooms that are most prone to moisture and spills, like kitchens and baths. For top-quality flooring, service, and selection at prices that'll floor you, visit the Winchester Carpet Outlet, just off State Route 32 on Tri-County Road, just a few miles west of Winchester, Ohio, and online at winchestercarpetoutlet.com.
The leaves are changing, the weather's turning cooler, and Irwin Farms Corn Maze is now open. Come harvest a memory, get lost in the corn maze, and shop for all your fall decor. Mums, pumpkins, candlebear candles, and more. Come out September 30th as the Ohio Performance Dogs return to the farm. And don't miss the squash carver as he carves a 500-pound pumpkin. Irwin Farms and Corn Maze, located at 1365 Coon Hill Road in Winchester. Open Monday through Friday 10 to 6, Saturday 10 to 9, and Sunday noon to 6.
Our beliefs matter. They're reflected in our words and actions. At First State Bank, we believe in treating people well, and we've been doing just that since 1884. Listening, caring, looking out for each other. It's what people deserve. It's what a real local bank does. While lots of things have changed over the years, our belief in the people of this community hasn't. First State Bank, built on belief. Member FDIC.
Are you worried about health insurance? Are you losing Medicaid? Do you have questions about Medicare? You want to cover your employees? Or just concerned with protecting your family? Then call me. I'm Tim McEwen, your local health insurance specialist. 937-379-1735 or online at timformedicare.com. That's Tim, the number 4, Medicare.com. Again, 937-379-1735.
More than a century of service. Let that sink in for a moment. For more than 100 years, since 1908 and through 4 generations of family-owned business, Georgetown Marble and Granite has stood firm in our community. They've helped thousands of families pay their respects and have memorialized so many lives gone, but not forgotten. When that difficult time comes, Georgetown Marble and Granite will be there to assist you too. Visit their location on East North Street in Georgetown or call 937-378-6314.
Well, it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
In court, like in baseball, you want a judge to call things down the middle. Experience matters. That's Michelle Harris. As a magistrate, she has the most judicial experience. Michelle Harris has the most experience as a prosecutor. Michelle Harris is the only candidate with experience doing jury trials. Michelle Harris, experience we can trust. Vote Michelle Harris for judge.
Paid for by Harris for Judge.
Who is Barry Chevrolet? Why don't you ask your friends and neighbors? Because after 70 years and 4 generations in the automotive industry, odds are we've made a happy customer out of somebody you know. Hard-working, proud Americans drive Chevrolets, and that's why we sell them at Barry's. Hats off to everybody driving a Silverado truck. You're my kind of people. Barry Chevrolet, your best deal dealer.
When you're trying to find the best deal on a home or car, you shop around. When it comes to finding the best deal for insuring those things, it just makes sense to shop around too. That's why Column Insurance works as an independent agency. One agency, multiple carriers, allowing your agent to shop for the company that best fits your needs and budget. Column Insurance works with Nationwide and Nationwide Agribusiness, Travelers, Progressive, and more. Stop by Column Insurance in Georgetown to speak to their friendly agents, Jay, Carolyn, or Stacy, or call 378-6947 for a free quote today. We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage. Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up for the 3, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking out a hit, she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, 2-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shack Sports, C103, and Goodguysradiotv.
At Southern Hills Community Bank, we take great pride in building strong relationships with our customers. We're dedicated to providing the best products and services to fit your needs, like checking and savings, home and auto loans, plus ATM and debit cards, online banking, bill pay, and mobile banking with mobile deposit. Visit southernhillscommunitybank.com or stop by any of our 8 convenient locations. We want to be your bank. Southern Hills Community Bank, member FDIC and equal housing lender. Customer service with a difference.
This is our first call for Class 1 feeder steers, Colton Ishmael and Colton Ishmael. First call for Class 1, Owen Beath, Colton Ishmael, Miriam Stegerwald, Kane Dotson, and Holden Sweet.
We all have individual needs when it comes to our prescriptions. Why not choose a pharmacy that offers personalized, friendly service that's also convenient? Health Source of Ohio pharmacies offer free prescription delivery within their service area, free shipping on your mail order prescriptions, auto refill, and more. Call 513-707-9900 or visit healthsourceofohio.org for more information. Stop by any of the pharmacy locations in Seaman, Mount Orb, or Batavia to meet the staff. Health Source of Ohio is proud to be the source for pharmacy in your community.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxler Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxler Tractor.
Family meant everything to my father, Paul. Growing up in a small community with two hardworking parents, he learned at an early age just how important it is to help and protect others. That's what inspired him to establish Paul Hall & Associates Insurance. Protecting others. My father also believed that if he followed the golden rule and treated our customers as he wanted to be treated, he would build a successful business focused on the families and communities that we serve. He instilled this philosophy in each one of us here at Paul Hall & Associates, and his legacy lives on. We are Paul Hall & Associates, our family, insuring yours.
At the Campbell Group of Sipsicline Realtors, they pride themselves on knowing the area that they're selling. And with more than 40 years serving as Ripley's own real estate agent, you'd be hard-pressed to find a more experienced team. Agent David Campbell and the Campbell Group specialize in southern Brown County river and farm properties. Call 937-392-4308 for the Campbell Group of Sipsicline Realtors, or visit their office at 908 South 2nd Street in Ripley.
Entering the ring is Class 1 feeder calves, Owen Beath, Colton Ishmael, Miriam Stegerwald, Kane Dotson, and Holden Sweet. This is the first call for Class 2. Miriam Stegerwald, Evan Young, Gwyneth Souter, and Hayden Wagner. This is the second call for Class 2. Miriam Stegerwald, Evan Young, Gwyneth Souter, and Hayden Wagner. This is the first call for Class 3. Zoe Sawyers, Garrett Moran, Hunter Murray, and Caitlin Latham.
Well, as we get started into our feeder calf show, again, looking forward to working with your young people, but we'll transition priorities here just slightly, focus a notch more on base width, bone, and more importantly, muscle. But we'll still keep structures a priority, undoubtedly. The red steer that's going to lead off, I think he's a little quicker in his maturity pattern. That's a calf that's really good in terms of his fundamentals. He's a steer, his shoulder blade sits in him tremendously well. He's laid back about his knee set. He's good at the surface. And yet with that, he's stout, he's powerful, he's opened up in his rib, he's expansive about his loin edge, and stout right as you get in behind him. Really nice type of a calf to lead off. I'd clean him up in his sheath there just a nickel, and then I'd like to give him just a notch more hoof underneath him, a little shallower heeled, longer toed type of a calf. We need to change there at the surface slightly, but still, I really like him in terms of his structure. I love the presence and just look of the steer that comes in too. From his shoulders forward, that one's high tying, attractive through his neckline, good in his chest. He's bold and wide as he comes at you. Tremendously wide and dimensional over the top side of that one. I just like to stout him up with a notch more foot and bone to match his expression and muscle up high. And he wants to round out of his hip and become shorter hipped and a little off there as he travels out. That's where I'd like to change him. The yellow and white calf is undoubtedly a bold center body type of a calf. Looks to have a practical, easy feeding look. With that, he just lacks a little bit of the natural bells and whistles of show ring presentation in terms of look and design up front, a little extra bone. But he's got some base width, he's got some hip, and again, just a tremendous amount of body shape. That's just a practical type of a feeding steer that has a long feature ahead of him. Certainly find value in that one. Young lady steer that comes next. So the two that close out here are cattle that both need to be stoutened up in their bone column, need to offer just a notch more stoutness. I found a little more natural curvature and shape of rib, a little more base width and stoutness and just overall muscle in the steer that comes next. Again, nothing wrong with his overall design and balance, just need to stouten him up at the surface to match his mass and power up high. You know, this young man steer that closes out, again, another steer you really like in terms of his uniformity of body. I like him there through his flank line into his sheath. A calf that's shorter rib, well made. For me, I just like to change him in terms of his tail head set, stouten him up at the surface in terms of his bone, and then just give him more natural spread and width from end to end. Really nice class. If you would, give him a nice round of applause.
Entering the ring is Class 2, Miriam Stegerwald, Evan Young, Gwyneth Souter, and Hayden Wagner. This is the second call for Class 3, Zoe Sawyers, Garrett Moran, Hunter Murray, and Gaitlin Latham. This is the first call for Class 4, Holden Sweet, Evan Young, Sage Miranda, and Gabriel Scott. Results from Class 1. First, Colton Ishmael, producer Terry Souter. Second, Kane Dotson, producer Natalie Wagner, Wagner Family Club Calves. Third, Holden Sweet, producer Sweet Family Cattle. Fourth, Miriam Stegerwald, producer Smith Cattle. Fifth, Owen Beath, producer Brooks Scimitar. This is the final call for Class 3, Zoe Sawyers, Garrett Moran, Hunter Murray, and Gaitlin Latham.
Really a nice calf to lead off, a structurally sound, good-looking steer that comes with a tremendous amount of outline and presence, really ties together smooth up front in terms of the base of his shoulder, his knee set, yet opens up into an expansive type of a rib shape and leaves you with enough hip, a tremendous hind leg set, and the way he functions and pushes out in terms of his posture and placement and his hock, and again, a calf that's bold and round in his rib, has enough width up high. I think he's just slightly flatter about the base portion or lower portion of his quarter. That's getting critical of a steer at this young and this early in his maturity pattern. Really hot, nice type of a steer there to lead off. Nothing to take away from the young man's white steer that comes next. That's a stout hip, bold rib type of a steer that's got a tremendous heads up type of a look. He ties his neck high out of the apex of his shoulders and gives you just a tremendous look of design and quality up front. For me, I like the stoutness of his foot and bone. I think that matches his power and his substance. For me, we just need to secure him off those hind two, step him down with a notch more comfort in terms of his hoof and pasture and set to see him get out and go with just a notch more quality. But that's a calf that's green in his kind, but a really good type of a steer that's got a lot of future ahead of him if we can just keep him sound enough off those hind two. Young man's bald-faced calf that comes next, for his age and maturity, a tremendous amount of muscle shape and power. He's a calf that's long spine, clean through his front 1/3. For me, we just need to make him practical and softer about his center body, and then stouten him up at the surface in terms of his foot and bone to match his overall power up high. I think he just becomes a little more off balance because of his frailer bone design. Young lady's steer that comes next, I can appreciate for his softness, his center, his attractiveness through the front 1/3 of his body. He steps out genuine on a good proper sloping shoulder and knee set. For me, he's a little more timid and fragile about his hind two as we analyze him at his hock and his foot placement, and then we just need to stouten him up with more natural muscularity on the top side of his skeleton to match his center body mass. If you would, let's go ahead and congratulate those exhibitors on a really nice class.
Entering the ring is Class 3, Zoe Sawyers, Garrett Moran, Hunter Murray, and Caitlin Latham. This is the second call for Class 4, Holden Sweet, Evan Young, Sage Miranda, and Gabriel Scott. The first call for Class 5, Brandy Huber, Haley Arthur, and Lacey Hauser. Results from Class 2, first, Gwyneth Souter, producer Larry Kahn. Second, Hayden Wagner, producer Natalie Wagner, Wagner Family Club Calves. Third, Evan Young, producer Young's Family Farm. Fourth, Miriam Stagerwald, producer Smith Cattle.
Really nice pair of cattle on the top end of this class, and the young lady's white marked calf here that's going to lead off is really unique in terms of his presence, his outline, his structural integrity matched with some power and substance. That steer is very unique through the front 1/3 of his skeleton. His head carriage is attractive, yet while being dense enough to give you an easy feeding type of a fat steer look. Really expansive about the curvature and shape to his rib, stout in his hip, and yet he still puts all that together on a really tremendous running gear and gets out and travels well. At times, as you analyze him at the 3/4 angle, he may want to open up at the base side of his shoulders in relation to the top side power that he possesses right behind his shoulder. That's getting very critical of a steer that offers a high amount of quality in this particular class. Congratulations, young lady. From there, we run into the mouse-colored calf that may not offer the bells and whistles in terms of presentation and just eye appeal, but he does a lot of fundamentals correct for me. He's a steer that's big and stout on his feet and legs, got enough look and design up front, a nice amount of natural body depth and shape there about his mid-rib. He's got an adequate enough amount of power. For me, he just doesn't put it together with quite as much of the show ring appeal and design of the steer that comes ahead of him, and I'd like to secure him off that hind foot and ankle just a notch more and tone him down about the smoothness of his hock. Young lady steer that comes next from the hock up, I really like. He's a steer that's got extension. He has look and design up front. He's round and bold in his rib. He's got a nice amount of hip as you get right in behind him. Simply put, we just need to shore him up in terms of his feet and legs, specifically at the surface. He wants to ridge up in his pasture and become a little shorter toed. We'd like to just see him be more collected and comfortable there. If we could do that, we would see him relax in his spine, pull up in his pin set there just ever so slightly. That's a good type of calf. We just need to shore him up at the surface. Young man's calf that closes out is one that still has quality. He's got look and design up front. He's round and bold in his rib. He's a steer that you like for his overall doability and fleshing ease in terms of his make and kind. For me, he just needs to be stoutened up at the surface in terms of his bone work, given a lot more dimension and muscularity at his pin set and down into his stifle to complement more of an aggressive, powerful show steer type of a look. If you would, let's go ahead and congratulate those exhibitors. Again, a really nice class.
Entering the ring is Class 4, Holden Sweet, Evan Young, Sage Miranda, and Gabriel Scott. This is the second call for Class 5, Brandy Huber, Haley Arthur, and Lacey Hauser. This is the first call for Class 6, Cameron Hardy, Caitlin Sweet, and Tavon Taylor. Results from Class 3, first, Zoe Sawyers, producer, Cluxton Family Show Cattle. Second, Garrett Moran, producer, Moran Family Cattle. Third, Gaitlin Latham, producer, Latham Farms. Fourth, Hunter Murray, producer, Murray's Farm.
Well, they just keep bringing in good cattle, and this has been another class with a lot of depth. I really like the orange steer to lead off in this particular class. Fundamental structural design and just look and eye appeal really brings this calf up to the top. He's a big-footed, sound-made type of steer that just has a tremendous amount of look and design. From a silhouette perspective, he's uniform and deep rib. He's a steer that's level from hooks to pins, really ties high out of the apex of his shoulder and ties it all smoothly together in terms of his chest and his shoulder, big bone, smooth jointed type of a steer. I'd like to just open him up and give him a notch more power. Undoubtedly, he's a steer that's a little plainer in terms of his muscular design, but a calf that I can certainly appreciate for his structure and his overall design in terms of the profile. Young lady's brockle-headed steer that comes next silhouettes with the same kind of quality from the profile when the young lady gets him set. He's attracted through his front 1/3. He's level over the top side of his skeleton in terms of his spine. He's bold enough about his center body and uniform in his flank line there. I like that about him. For me, he's not quite as just put together and smooth in terms of his hock to the surface and the way he brings it and plants his hock and foot. I'd like to just see him be pulled together there with a notch more quality, and a calf I'd like to tie down in terms of his tail head set. And then in relation to my class winner, a calf that I talked about needing to have just a notch more muscle, I don't think this calf's necessarily any better in terms of his natural shape. I'd like to open him up with a notch more natural red meat potential as well, but still a good type of a steer undoubtedly. Young man steer that comes next, I find a lot of red meat potential in this steer as you analyze him through his forearm and stifle. He's dimensional in terms of his top shape. He's wide and massive out of his hip. I like that a great deal, and he's still a steer that gets out and travels well and covers his stride extremely well. For me, we just need to change him in terms of his flank depth, drop him down to balance him out there, and then maybe raise him up in his pin set there ever so slightly. But that's a good type of a steer that one day as a fat steer will hold his own because he'll have muscle, and by the time he puts on condition, will soften up in his midrib and flank line later on down the road. Young man steer that comes next, I really love from about his third rib forward. He's a steer that ties high and is attractive up front. You like his chest floor, how it sits in him. You like his openness of center rib and body. But from there back, he wants to taper and close up, not only pull up in his flank line, he wants to round out of his hip. It needs to be more coordinated off his hind too. Just need to change him there. If you would, let's go ahead and congratulate those young people on an excellent class.
Entering the ring is Class 5, Brandy Huber, Haley Arthur, and Lacey Hauser. This is the second call for Class 6, Cameron Hardy, Caitlin Sweet, and Tavon Taylor. This is the first call for Class 1 feeder heifers, Cade Walkup and Mackenzie Moeller. Results from Class 4. First, Holden Sweet, producer, Cluxton Family Cattle. Second, Sage Miranda, producer, Hauser Family Show Cattle. Third, Evan Young, producer, Young's Family Farms. Fourth, Gabriel Scott, producer, Scott Family Show Cattle. In the ring with us today, we also have our 2023 Beef Ambassador, Brandolyn Schuler.
I think this is a very challenging class. We've got 3 different types of steers out here, and depending upon your preferences and how you like to see them be pulled together, I think you could change it up a slight bit. For me, again, siding on the side of just structural integrity and balance, I'll side with the steer that's going to lead off. First off, I think we've got some stout steers out here, but I think the steer has just as much natural muscle shape in him than the others, and with that, he's the steer that's the sure-footed, sound-made type of calf that's the best in terms of his joint quality. He's the smoothest blending through his shoulder and his forearm. He still ties an attractive type of a neck out of the apex of his shoulder. For me, yes, certainly I would like to raise him up in his pin set, see him just be balanced out through his hip there ever so slightly. That's a steer that just wins the class at the surface in terms of his foot quality, his structural integrity, and his overall balance. There's no doubt the Blue Roan steer is as cool as any. He's high tying, he's thick pinned, he's bold and rounded in his rib, offers a tremendous type of a look. And when the young lady gets him parked, he still has a silhouette of quality in terms of design. Again, or a steer that's just robust and opened up from end to end. For me, I'm going to pick on his structure. I think as you put more weight on that calf and you see him advance in weight, I think he's going to bow out in terms of his shoulder, and his forearm gets a little more vertical and broken up front. I'd like to tone him down in terms of the smoothness of his joint and the coarseness of his tail head and just see him be blended together. But there's no doubt that is a high tying, attractive type of steer that's got a cool color and can certainly catch your eye, and he's got some muscle and power to back it. I just need to change him structurally to see him go ahead and move up. Young lady steer that comes in third, she's done a tremendous job getting that calf shown. He's highly presented. When she gets that calf parked, she gets every bit of the quality out of him. For me, though, I think he's a steer that's the most advanced in his condition, and with that, he's actually the narrowest made from behind, the flattest in his lower quarter, but more importantly, where I'd like to change him is up front. He's more vertical about the slope and angle to his shoulder and his knee. He wants to close up in his heart girth, and then from behind, he wants to close up in his hock set. We just need to open that rascal up, free him up off both ends, and then just choke him out there in terms of his front 1/3, in terms of his dewlap and his just overall front end. Really nice trio of cattle there, though. Let's congratulate them as they exit the ring.
Entering the ring is Class 6, Cameron Hardy, Caitlin Sweet, and Tavon Taylor. This is the second call for Class 1 feeder heifers, Cade Walkup and Mackenzie Moeller. This is the first call for Class 2 feeder heifer, Kinley Klein and Hayden Wagner. Results from Class 5. First, Lacey Hauser, producer, Hauser Family Show Cattle. Second, Brandy Huber, producer, Cottine Cattle. Third, Haley Arthur, producer, Haley Arthur, Rogers Brothers.
ProGen's next-generation technology flooring is designed to stand up to the demands of modern life, and it's available now at the Winchester Carpet Outlet. Because ProGen is durable, waterproof, dimensionally stable, and easy to install, it can be used in any room, including rooms that are most prone to moisture and spills, like kitchens and baths. For top-quality flooring, service, and selection at prices that'll floor you, visit the Winchester Carpet Outlet, just off State Route 32 on Tri-County Road, just a few miles west of Winchester, Ohio, and online at winchestercarpetoutlet.com.
Again, another really nice trio of cattle. Guys, it's meat and muscle that places this class on the top end of it. The mouse-colored steer is one that's got enough natural look and design for me. Sure, he's a little rounder out of his hip. Maybe doesn't come with quite the presentation from his middle part of his spine back. That's a calf that still has look and design, some boldness of rib and body. He's got a big old foot and leg on him that's still smooth enough in his joint pattern, and he is the stoutest and the most dimensional as you get right in behind him. Sure, I'd like to lay him back and his knee and shoulder set there ever so slightly, see him be more relaxed up front. But that's a calf that for me I'll call adequate enough in this particular class to go ahead and give him the advantage just because he's got more natural meat and muscle potential from his shoulder back. I love the silhouette and the design of the steer that comes next. He's borderline almost breeding heifer made for me. I think he's a calf that's bold and round in his rib, elegant and attractive up front. He's a steer that, to me, again, just doesn't have quite the meat and muscle power of the steer that came ahead of him. He is smooth jointed. He is sound made. I just like to stouten him up on his feet and legs, just make him more robust and dimensional in his muscle pattern, and we could see him move up a spot because the young lady does a tremendous job getting him show. He's well presented, nice hair coat. We just simply need to stouten him up. This is a real world practical type of a steer that comes in 3. He's bold and round in his rib. He's easy feeding in his look. He's a steer that's got enough natural meat and muscle shape to him. Analyze him over his loin edge. He's got some power to him. For me though, he just runs out of the overall look and design of balance. Along with that, he's a steer that needs to set down with more comfort off those hind 2 as we analyze him in his pasture set and his foot design. If you would, go ahead and congratulate those exhibitors on a really nice class.
Entering the ring is Class 1 feeder heifer, Cade Walkup and Mackenzie Moeller. This is the second call for Class 2 feeder heifer, Kenley Klein and Hayden Wagner. This is the first call for all first and second place calves to be making their way to the makeup area. From Class 1, Colton Ishmael and Kane Dodson. From Class 2, Gwyneth Souter and Hayden Wagner. From Class 3, Zoe Sawyers and Garrett Moran. From Class 4, Holden Sweet and Sage Miranda. And Class 5 was Lacey Hauser and Brandy Huber. Results from Class 6, first, Caitlin Sweet, producer, Sweet Family Cattle. Second, Cameron Hardy, producer, Souter Family Cattle. Third, Tavon Taylor, producer, Kidwell Charlays.
As we get worked into our feeder heifer division here, 2 entries that are very different in their type and kind, but both have quality. To be just quite frank, I would take the 1/3 of the blue roan heifer and stick it on this charcoal heifer here, and we'd really have a combination animal that I'd really find ideal. But again, both cattle have quality. From the shoulders back, this heifer is just dense, bold, dimensional, stout hip, good-legged, just so wide and powerful on the top side of her skeleton. I'd lay her back in her knee set ever so slightly, and then just lengthen her neck out and give her more of a unique type of a look and presence up front. But again, one that's stout, bold, wide, and powerful. A tremendous amount of shape lies on the top end of that one's skeleton. Young man's blue roan heifer is one undoubtedly. A unique presence and design up front. More of a silhouette of quality and balance here really from the profile. For me though, we just need to offer more natural density, thickness, and natural muscularity. And then with that, stouten her up in her bone column and free her up out of her hip just to see her get out and travel just a notch better. Really nice way to get started here in our feeder heifer division. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause.
Entering the ring is Class 2 feeder heifer, Kenley Klein and Hayden Wagner. Results from Class 1 feeder heifer. First, Mackenzie Moeller, producer, Souter Family Cattle. Second, Cade Walkup, producer, Natalie Wagner, Wagner Family Club Calves. This is the second call for all first and second place calves to be in the makeup area. All first and second place calves in the makeup area.
Really nice pair of smoke or cream colored heifers here. The young kids for their size and age are doing a bang up job getting them stuck and shown. Young lady's heifer that's going to lead off just has the structural advantage within the pair. I'll be the first to admit she's a little disconnected or a touch broken there on the back side of her shoulders, and I'd like to smooth her up at the base side of her shoulders. But put that criticism aside, she's an attractive fronted type of a heifer that's really opened up into an expansive rib shape and stout hip as you get right in behind her. She's not just as dense right on the back side of her shoulders as the heifer is that comes in behind her, but a female, in my opinion, has got more longevity in terms of doability just because of her structure. That's where I'll side with her. The young man's heifer that comes next, there's no doubt. She's round in her ribs, she's dimensional, she's powerful from her shoulders back. That one offers a tremendous amount of quality in terms of just muscularity. For me, though, again, it's structure that I'll side on here. Young man's heifer needs to be laid back in her shoulder and knee set down at the surface off her hind two with a notch more mobility and comfort there off those hind two to see her get out and reach with a notch more flexibility and athleticism. But still, I can certainly appreciate just her punch and power and overall muscularity. I like that about her. Young man's doing a bang up job. If you would, give those two young kids a really nice round of applause.
Results from Class 2 feeder heifer. First, Kinley Klein, producer, K&C Show Cattle. Second, Hayden Wagner, producer, Natalie Wagner, Wagner Family Club Calves. At this time, we need all first place calves to enter the ring. From Class 1, Colton Ishmael. From Class 2, Gwyneth Souter. From Class 3, Zoe Sawyers. Class 4, Holden Sweet. Class 5, Lacey Hauser. Class 6, Caitlin Sweet. Class 1 feeder heifer, Mackenzie Moeller. And Class 2 feeder heifer, Kinley Klein. All second place calves need to be in the makeup area. would like to thank our sponsors who provided us with t-shirts for today's show. Hauser's One Stop Shop and Smith Cattle, Carl and Susan Smith.
Well, I know we've moved through the show pretty quickly, but I'm impressed with the quality we've seen here. Kids are doing a really nice job. This is a lineup with a lot of depth. If you would, go ahead and put your hands together for our class winners out here as we get them back out. I think there's a couple that we can boil it down to in contention pretty quick, and I think it's a top 5 that I think will sort together pretty logically in this judge's opinion. But I'll just go through real briefly. I've been on the other side of the fence, and I understand what it's like to when you put a top 5 together, you kind of want a little bit of reason from the judge as well, so I get it. So I'll describe a few of them in contention, and then we'll go out and get you a top 5. Young man's red steer up front is one, you know, I talked about, just so dense and dimensional, round in his rib, a lot of muscularity that we find on that one from the backside of his shoulders all the way out through his hip. And yet with that, I think he's adequate enough in terms of his structure. As we mentioned earlier, you know, he's a steer that isn't just blessed with the perfect silhouette, and he's a steer that's a little shallower in his heel set. I like to put a little more toe underneath him, but a good type of a steer that it certainly represents a potential fat steer type of a look that you can certainly be drawn to. I love just the presence and design of this steer that came out of the second class. He's so smooth blending, so smooth tying from the base of his shoulder up into his neckline. He's so smooth. He's a steer that opens up into an expansive type of a rib shape. He's got enough natural width and power as you get right on top of him and analyze him out through his pin set. So sound, so fundamental in terms of his build, being laid back in his knee set and really functional in terms of his hind leg. For me, if we're going to get nitpicky on this guy, I think underneath the hair coat, I don't think he's quite as powerful about the base portion of his hip as we analyze him through his stifle down into his lower quarter, and he's a steer we just like to open up just a notch more there at his knee set and his heart girth. That's getting very critical and nitpicky of a calf that's got a lot of future, in my opinion. A really good type of a steer. This sock-legged or chromed-up steer is one I could just see get out and travel all day long. For his look and unique presence and balance, along with his muscularity, he's so good on the drive as we get him out and analyze him. His reach is good, his fundamental structure is good, and yet with that, he just gives you a look of quality and design. He's so unique in terms of his ear set and his skull line and his cleanliness of neck, and yet opens up into a powerful and dynamic rib shape, so dimensional as you get right in behind him, drops and just is so smooth blending into his hock line down into his foot. A good type of a steer. At times, if you get on the 3/4 angle from a distance, you're going to see that that one's a little flatter and his upper skeleton right behind his shoulder blade there, but part of that comes with maturity and time. But today, that's where I could poke a hole in him. That's a really good type of a steer that's certainly in contention out here as well. The young man's peach-colored steer is one we talked about. I love his hind leg set. I love his density of bone and foot size, and that comes together all together with just a nice look of balance and design. Awesome look up front. His skull line matches his neck. He's picked up in his chest, his uniform, and his depth of body. I love his silhouette. With that, we just like to power him up and make him a little more dimensional and robust in his muscularity, stouten him up in terms of his stifle and hip, but again, a steer that in terms of fundamental profile, look, and design matched with structural integrity, I think he holds a really good, strong advantage out here. The next two steers are ones, again, we'd like to change them just a touch. The peach-colored chromed-up calf is one we like to change out of his hip design. He won that particular class because he was fundamental in terms of his structure at the ground, good in terms of his joint work. We get him back out here again. We change his hip. We like to tie him in with a little smoother in his shoulder and make him stouter out of the backside of his shoulder with a notch more muscle to see him be pulled together there, but a good type of a steer that's right in it. The young lady's smoke-colored steer is one. Like to change out of that front knee and shoulder, but we like him from there back. He's round in his rib. He's stout in his hip. He's dense in his bone work. A good type of a calf. Just need to change him in that regard. The heifers, we talked about the smoke-colored heifer is one from her shoulders back I love. She's so dimensional, so stout, so bold and opened up in her rib. Like the hind leg set that she possesses. She's just a little too short and jammed up front for me. Needs to be picked up or elevated in her chest and made longer through her front 1/3, but a good type of animal from her shoulders back. Young lady's white heifer is one that we love her uniqueness up front, the stoutness at her pin set. We'd like to smooth her in, make her a little smoother, tying at the base side of her shoulders and stouten her up from there back, just on the back side of her blade, but a good type of an animal. I think this is a top 5 that's going to come together with a tremendous amount of quality. Excited to do that. If you're here to support these young people, please put a strong hand together and I'll get you a top 5.
Champion feeder calf goes to Zoe Sawyers, producer, Cluxton Family Show Cattle. We need Garrett Moran to enter the ring. Reserve champion goes to Gwyneth Souter, producer Larry Kahn. We need Hayden Wagner to enter the ring. Third overall goes to Holden Sweet, producer, Cluxton Family Cattle. We need Sage Miranda to enter the ring. Fourth overall goes to Hayden Wagner, producer, Natalie Wagner, Wagner Family Club Calves. 5th overall goes to Lacey Hauser, producer, Hauser Family Show Cattle. This does conclude the feeder calf portion of our show. We will start the steer show at 6:20. Steer show at 6:20.
The leaves are changing, the weather's turning cooler, and Irwin Farms Corn Maze is now open. Come harvest a memory, get lost in the corn maze, and shop for all your fall decor. Mums, pumpkins, candlebearer candles, and more. Come out September 30th as the Ohio Performance Dogs return to the farm. And don't miss the squash carver as he carves a 500-pound pumpkin. Irwin Farms and Corn Maze, located at 1365 Coon Hill Road in Winchester. Open Monday through Friday 10 to 6, Saturday 10 to 9, and Sunday noon to 6.
Our beliefs matter. They're reflected in our words and actions. At First State Bank, we believe in treating people well, and we've been doing just that since 1884. Listening, caring, looking out for each other. It's what people deserve. It's what a real local bank does. While lots of things have changed over the years, our belief in the people of this community hasn't. First State Bank, built on belief. Member FDIC.
Are you worried about health insurance? Are you losing Medicaid? Do you have questions about Medicare? You want to cover your employees? Or just concerned with protecting your family? Then call me. I'm Tim McEwen, your local health insurance specialist. 937-379-1735 or online at timformedicare.com. That's Tim, the number 4, Medicare.com. Again, 937-379-1735.
More than a century of service. Let that sink in for a moment. For more than 100 years, since 1908 and through 4 generations of family-owned business, Georgetown Marble and Granite has stood firm in our community. They've helped thousands of families pay their respects and have memorialized so many lives gone, but not forgotten. When that difficult time comes, Georgetown Marble and Granite will be there to assist you too. Visit their location on East North Street in Georgetown or call 937-378-6314.
For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
In court, like in baseball, you want a judge to call things down the middle. Experience matters. That's Michelle Harris. As a magistrate, she has the most judicial experience. Michelle Harris has the most experience as a prosecutor. Michelle Harris is the only candidate with experience doing jury trials. Michelle Harris, experience we can trust. Vote Michelle Harris for judge.
Paid for by Harris for Judge.
Who is Barry Chevrolet? Why don't you ask your friends and neighbors? Because after 70 years and 4 generations in the automotive industry, odds are we've made a happy customer out of somebody you know. Hard-working, proud Americans drive Chevrolets, and that's why we sell them at Barry's. Hats off to everybody driving a Silverado truck. You're my kind of people. Barry Chevrolet, your best deal dealer.
When you're trying to find the best deal on a home or car, you shop around. When it comes to finding the best deal for insuring those things, it just makes sense to shop around too. That's why Column Insurance works as an independent agency. One agency, multiple carriers, allowing your agent to shop for the company that best fits your needs and budget. Column Insurance works with Nationwide and Nationwide Agribusiness, Travelers, Progressive, and more. Stop by Column Insurance in Georgetown to speak to their friendly agents, Jay, Carolyn, or Stacy, or call 378-6947 for a free quote today. We could make a big, loud, expensive promo to talk about our high school sports coverage. Instead, we'll let our coverage speak for itself.
Plenty of time for a catch and release, and oh, he drains it!
Right side, he pulls up for the 3, he hits.
We're sitting on pins and needles, and it is good.
Cherry picking on the hit she goes.
With the tomahawk finish.
Goes up, 2-hand monster dunk.
Your home for Shaq Sports, C103, and Good Guys Radio TV.
At Southern Hills Community Bank, we take great pride in building strong relationships with our customers. We're dedicated to providing the best products and services to fit your needs, like checking and savings, home and auto loans, plus ATM and debit cards, online banking, bill pay, and mobile banking with mobile deposit. Visit southernhillscommunitybank.com or stop by any of our 8 convenient locations. We want to be your bank. Southern Hills Community Bank, member FDIC and equal housing lender. Customer service with a difference.
This is the first call for Class 1 steers, Justin Smith, Mackenzie Dotson, and Brandolyn Schuler. Our judge for today is Josh Streetmeyer. He grew up on a grain and livestock farm in Rensselaer, Indiana, and exhibited cattle for 10 years in 4-H. Josh showed numerous champions across the country and became one of the youngest exhibitors at the Indiana State Fair to win the round-robin showmanship contest. Josh is a graduate of Purdue University Animal Science and was a member of the 2014 National Champion Collegiate Livestock Judging Team. Josh currently resides in Boswell, Indiana, and works as a seed advisor for Beckus Hybrids, managing West Central Indiana. Josh and his wife Marissa sell show cattle to exhibitors across the country and enjoy staying involved with youth throughout the show cattle. Let's give our judge a thank you for today. With us in the ring, we also have our 2023 Brown County Fair Queen, as well as the Ohio Shorthorn Queen, Miss Bailey Joy Davis. This is the second call for Class 1 steers, Justin Smith, Mackenzie Dotson, and Brandolyn Schuler. This is the first call for Class 2, Lacey Hauser, Caden Klump, and Stacy Smith.
We all have individual needs when it comes to our prescriptions. Why not choose a pharmacy that offers personalized, friendly service that's also convenient? Health Source of Ohio pharmacies offer free prescription delivery within their service area, free shipping on your mail order prescriptions, auto refill, and more. Call 513-707-9900 or visit healthsourceofohio.org for more information. Stop by any of the pharmacy locations in Seaman, Mount Orb, or Batavia to meet the staff. Health Source of Ohio is proud to be the source for pharmacy in your community.
Our business is helping you grow. We're Baxter Tractor. We take care of you like family.
We've been growing since 1946. As your Kubota dealer, our focus is to help you grow today and into the future. Stop by one of our locations today, visit with our folks, and see our entire lineup of Kubota products.
Our business is helping you grow. Baxter Tractor.
Well, certainly a nice way to start out our fat show. Young man brings us a calf that I think wins pretty handily, in my opinion. Just a rugged made, stout type of a steer that's opened up in his center skeleton and body. He's stout enough as you get in behind him. I put my hands on him. He's a steer that touches with a good amount of expression to his loin edge, some stoutness as you get right in behind him. He's not quite to his optimal harvest endpoint in terms of condition. I like to put a little bit more over those last couple ribs, but a steer that's big-footed, stout-made, sound enough in my perspective for a fat steer, goes ahead and needs to win this class pretty handily for me. From there we run into a steer that if we're going to project him to the rail, certainly has an advantage in terms of quality grade. He's the smoothest to the touch, the most drop down in his flank and his chest floor. He's a steer that, in my opinion, in relation to our class winner, just not quite as much stoutness and natural muscularity from end to end. He is a steer that can possess a high quality look from the profile when the young lady gets him parked. He's uniform, he's balanced. I just like to stouten him up at the surface and correct him off those toes, shorten him up. He's a little long-toed for me today, and then lengthen him out up front. But a nice type of a steer. The young lady's done a tremendous job getting fed well. Young man's red steer is one that offers some skeletal extension, some symmetry in terms of his lines. He's level from hooks to pins. He's straight down his top. He's a steer for me that needs to be changed in terms of his muscularity and power. Needs to be stoutened up from end to end, opened up in the center body cavity, and offer more muscle specifically out through his hip and lower stifle. And a calf that I'd like to see utilize his hock with a notch more efficiency and just flex and reach. But a good type of a steer that young man's done a nice job with. If you can, let's go ahead and give them a nice round of applause as they exit the ring.
Entering the ring is Class 2, Lacey Hauser, Caden Klump, and Stacy Smith. This is the second call for Class 3, Bradley Huber and Kane Dotson. Results from Class 1, first, Mackenzie Dotson, producer, Natalie Wagner, Wagner Family Club Calves. Second, Brandolyn Schuler, producer, Jim Rao. Third, Justin Smith, producer, K&C Show Cattle.
Really nice group of steers, and for me, I'm not one of those guys that tries to look into things a little too hard. When it's obvious, it's obvious. For me, the young man steer just needs to go ahead and lead off. He is the show steer in the group that puts together a silhouette and build of quality. I love how he reads through his skull line and neckline, smooth blending into his shoulder blade. I think he's got an adequate enough amount of muscles. You analyze him over the top side of his skeleton and out through his hip. I love his rib. I love his handle. appeal and his freshness. He's a steer in my mind. I'd like to stouten up at the surface in terms of his bone and his foot. He's a little frailer in that regard, but a calf that from his hock up you love in terms of his silhouette of quality and balance and show ring appeal, and a calf that I'll call adequate enough in terms of his muscle shape and handle for me today. Young lady steer out of this that comes in second. Undoubtedly, he's the most progressive and the most shapely about his loin edge and hip. Here's the meat and muscle steer that's round in his rib, stout in his make, and a stouter bone type of a steer. For me, in terms of the pair of the cattle, he's just a little harsher about his front 1/3 in terms of his shoulder blade and his knee set, a little coarser about his hock and tail head, and wants to ridge up off of those pasterns. Just doesn't balance up with quite the appeal and fresh look and design of the steer that led off the class. But that is a meat and muscular type of a steer that's round and robust and extremely dimensional. I like that about him. The steer that comes next, I love from his midrib forward. He's a steer that offers a functional shoulder blade and knee set. It got a practical, easy feeding look about him, but for me, he just runs out of power from his navel back. He's a steer that flattens at the base portion of his quarter. He's frailer made in terms of his bone. Just need to drop him in his flank, raise him up in his pin set, and then ultimately stouten him up from end to end, making him denser and wider with more muscularity from behind. If you would, go ahead and give that group of steers and those young people a really nice round of applause.
Entering the ring is Class 3, Bradley Huber and Kane Dotson. Results from Class 2, first, Caden Klump, producer, Cluxton Family Cattle. Second, Lacey Hauser, producer, Hauser Family Show Cattle. Third, Stacy Smith, producer, Larry Kahn. In the makeup area, we need first and second place steers. From Class 1, Mackenzie Dotson and Brandon Schuler. From Class 2, Caden Klump and Lacey Hauser.
Family meant everything to my father, Paul. Growing up in a small community with two hardworking parents, he learned at an early age just how important it is to help and protect others. That's what inspired him to establish Paul Hall & Associates Insurance. Protecting others. My father also believed that if he followed the golden rule and treated our customers as he wanted to be treated, he would build a successful business focused on the families and communities that we serve. He instilled this philosophy in each one of us here at Paul Hall & Associates, and his legacy lives on. We are Paul Hall & Associates, our family, ensuring yours.
think a challenging pair of silver cattle here that, let's be honest, they both have their structural ills and need to be set out with more comfort and flexibility off both ends of her skeleton. So really calling that a wash. No doubt the steer that's the densest, the boldest, the stoutest from end to end is the young man's that's going to lead off. He's round and robust in his rib shape, really dimensional on the backside of his shoulders and over his loin edge, leaves you with plenty of natural thickness as you get right in behind him. He's a stout bone and footed steer undoubtedly, and he's a calf. Like we mentioned, you love the usefulness of and practicality about his center. Sure, we just need to see that guy get out and reach with more flexibility and reach off both ends of his skeleton, but here in this particular class, his carcass merit and stoutness blended together with enough natural show steer design is going to go ahead and land him in the first hole. Young man steer that comes in second undoubtedly is fresher about his throat latch, his chest floor, offers more of a cutability type of a look and design. I like that about him. He's a steer that undoubtedly is expressive about his forearm and stifle, offers a tremendous amount of top side power. With that, I just felt he's harsher in terms of his rib and flank line, needs to offer for this particular weight a little more condition over his ribs, and then he too is one that needs to be shored up in terms of his joint quality, laid back in his knee set there. That's where we would like to change him. Young men are doing a nice job though. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit the ring.
Results from Class 3. First, Kane Dotson. Producer, Natalie Wagner, Wagner Family Club Calves. Second, Bradley Huber. Producer, K&C Show Cattle. Entering the ring for champion steer from Class 1, Mackenzie Dotson. From Class 2, Caden Klump. And Class 3, Caden Dotson. We need second place steers to be in the makeup area.
At the Campbell Group of Sipsicline Realtors, they pride themselves on knowing the area that they're selling. And with more than 40 years serving as Ripley's own real estate agent, you'd be hard-pressed to find a more experienced team. Agent David Campbell and the Campbell Group specialize in southern Brown County river and farm properties. Call 937-392-4308 for the Campbell Group of Sipsicline Realtors, or visit their office at 908 South 2nd Street in Ripley.
Well, for everyone ringside, if you would, please put your hands together for our class winners and these exhibitors out here in our Fat Steer Show. maybe not over blessed with numbers, but certainly some quality still represented for this late in the year. And depending upon what you're doing, if you're just feeding them for the county fair or still trying to take them on to Kansas City or Louisville, again, I think there's some quality represented, some trade-offs. The young man steer out of the first class may not have the overwhelming nod in terms of just presence and look and design in terms of symmetry, but a calf that's rugged in his make. He's stout from end to end. He's bold in his center body cavity and offers enough natural depth for me. I love his stoutness of foot and bone. I would like to set him down a little more comfortably in terms of his foot design, particularly off his hind two. And a calf we'd like to tone down about his crest and then clean him up there in terms of his navel just to give him more of a symmetrical, eye-appealing type of a look. But that's a calf that does a lot of fundamental things right. He's sound enough for a market steer in my particular opinion. He's stout enough for a market steer, and then with that is very rugged in his make. Like that a good deal. Undoubtedly the show steer in my opinion with look and design is the steer that came out of the second class. He's attractive through his throat latch and his chest floor. I like his skull and his design of just quality starting from his nose working back out through the rest of his skeleton. He's a steer that's round and robust in his rib. I love his rib shape all the way back into his flank line. He's a steer that's got enough lower quarter and stoutness for me. One that's probably not the most over resounding or just overpowering, excuse me, in terms of his top side shape and power, but a calf that's adequate enough in terms of his muscle. Again, as we talked in class, I'd like to stout him up in terms of his bone column, just stouting him at the surface to match and give him more of a balanced look in relation to his power up on the top side, but a calf that still is extremely good in terms of his overall balanced design, structural integrity, and show steer type of a look. Young man's smoked steer that came next out of that last class is one we talked, just pounds of red meat potential in a class of cattle that were both kind of ailed by some structural integrity problems. This was the steer that was just the most robust, the most opened up, the most practical about his center body and flank line. A calf that's really good in terms of his handle, and a calf that's got just a tremendous amount of width and substance as you get right in behind him. Again, we'd like to change him in his shoulder blade and his knee set, correct him off those hind two and free him up, but a steer again in just terms of carcass merit and quality should offer a tremendous amount when projected to the rail. We've got a top 5 to select. I'll go out there and pick you a champion in reserve and work through the rest of our top 5. Might take me a moment there to look through them and weigh out the odds, but a really nice group of cattle, but more importantly a really good group of young people. If you would, one last time, please give them a nice round of applause. I'll go get you a champion.
Champion steer goes to Caden Klump, producer, Cluxton Family Cattle. We need Lacey Hauser to enter the ring. Reserve champion goes to Mackenzie Dotson, producer Natalie Wagner, Family Club Cab. We need Brandolyn Schuler to enter the ring. Third overall goes to Lacey Hauser, producer, Hauser Family Show Cattle. Fourth overall goes to Kane Dotson, producer, Natalie Wagner Family Club Calves. We need Bradley Huber to enter the ring. Fifth overall goes to Bradley Huber, producer KNC Show Cattle. This does conclude our show for today. On behalf of Brown County Cattlemen's, we would like to thank everyone who watched today's show and all of the kids who participated today. Thank you, and we hope you have a great rest of your week.